Yes, come and join us. Yes, this is Talkaoke pop-up talk show. We are starting right now, and we want to hear what you've got to say. We want to talk about what you want to talk about. My name is Mikey. Who have we got on the table? Tell us your name.
My name is Sebastian.
Okay, and?
My name is Daphne.
And my name is Mikey. What's your name?
I'm Margot. Hi.
And who have we got over here?
I'm Belen.
Okay, Berlin. Okay, and we don't know what we're going to talk about. It could be anything. It's kind of up to you. Has anyone got anything they want to start off with? Any thoughts, comments, observations, ideas?
I'm impressed there's a library here this year. I don't remember a library last year. I really like there are books that you can take, you can read. I don't know who's going to read them over the course of the 3 days.
What language are the books in?
I think they're English, but I've not picked up a copy. But apparently you can pick up free copies over there. They're about different things. I guess probably mostly about AI though. That's what we have to be honest about.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind taking books. So later I'm going to check out some free books. But all this chat about technology and we've got paper books and they're not coming out of fashion. It's good. I'm liking it. I like books.
Okay, you like books. Are books the new memes? That's what. Do you read books?
I read books, yes, but I'm trying to learn in English because I can read it in English.
You can't read the book, but what language do you read the books?
I can learn in Spanish, Catalan, and a little bit of English, yes.
Okay. Okay, have you got a favorite book?
Yes, my favorite book is that's maybe kid list, but it's Percy Jackson. You know what's the books? Percy Jackson is it's a book about the one young, it's son of Odin, no, son of Zeus, and he's going around the walking, know him being good. Something like that.
Okay.
It's a mythology book, yeah.
Yeah, it's mythology, but it's a fantastic mythology.
Fantasy mythology. Okay, we were already talking about mythology in the warm-up because we were talking about Daphne's name and where it comes from. Do you like mythology?
Jeff, I like mythology. I read a lot of books. In this time, I like so much the literatura latinoamericana. Isabel Allende, Mario Vargas Llosa. I like so much these characters. And in this moment, I read La Casa de los Espíritus de Isabel Allende. It's similar to Cien Años de Soledad de Gabriel García Márquez. It's so much magic realistics and te mete en la dictadura, en the totalitarismo de Chile en esos momentos. It's so cool.
I mean, is Latin America a particularly strong place for stories, would you say?
Yes, but because I saw violence is military so much because the Latin America is so the totalitarismo latinoamericano militar.
Okay, so there's so much military.
O sea, la violencia, the violence.
And that gives rise to a lot of stories.
Yeah, a little because.
Come and join us. Yes, this is Talkaoke pop-up talk show. We have got Daphne. We have got Sebastian. We have got Margot. We've got
Grace.
Grace. Okay, and my name's Mikey. We're talking about writing. We're talking about books. We're talking about Daphne is into Latin American literature, and Latin America is a place actually of a lot of violence and military, but somehow that gives rise to stories. So the sort of silver lining, I suppose, to the cloud is that stories are generated, many stories. So that's what we're talking about right now. Are you a reader of books?
I am. I have spent most of my childhood reading books. And as a result, had fewer friends than your average.
Okay, so you're saying that reading books gives you fewer friends?
Well, at the time, I think it was perceived as less cool.
Okay. So maybe, does reading books equal fewer friends when you're at school? And should it be that way? It's an interesting idea. Yes, Margot.
This really reminds me, when I was a child, I really didn't like reading books, and my mum always used to say, like, look at your older sister, she reads books, and my friend's child reads newspapers. And I was just thinking to myself, what a dull thing to do. That was me back then.
Yeah.
And now I end up reading more than my sister, just saying. But the kids who went to music school, they were always, like, there was always this perception that because they practice the instrument so much, they just don't go out, they don't have friends. So it kind of made me think what you were saying, you know, if you are pursuing niche things, and you're not kind of out there with other kids, then from a child's perspective, maybe it feels maybe like you're missing out or something. I don't know.
All right.
But long term, it's a good investment, I think.
Okay, so we have got Sebastian, we have got Margot, we've got Grace, we've got
Richard.
All right. And let me give you a round of applause, Grace, because I didn't somehow. Normally, when people sit down, they get a round of applause. But we're talking about books. We're talking about reading. Are the reading kids like the sort of slightly less popular kids?
I wrote a book.
What's that?
I wrote a book.
You wrote a book. Is it the same with writing books? Does it make you less popular or more popular if you write a book?
It makes you less popular when you're writing the book because you're focused on yourself and you're like so embedded. You don't have time for social life. After you write it, once you become hugely successful, you start smoking a pipe and a beret and walking around and being all. Then you're, then people don't like you, but
all right,
more sociable.
So it's almost like you're kind of saving up that socializing for after you've published the book. Grace, you had something to say.
So having lived with someone who was writing a book, can confirm they are quite insufferable during the process.
Yeah.
But just like with all good art, the people who create it are usually somewhat insufferable because they transcend a level of human existence that most of us have to exist in usually. And then it's like the role of artists to show us other sides, other perspectives and other ways of being, and to be that you have to be different. So.
Okay, but does different equal insufferable?
No, but there is just a natural friction between one way of being and another way of being, whether that's like the more common by number way of being and the less common,
Okay, so you've got like a majority, a norm, let's say, and you've got...
Norm, that doesn't mean norm is correct, because I don't really think there is such thing in so far as anything that is binary is probably wrong.
Okay, that's...
It's all liminals. It's all liminals. Everything is in between. We all have categories for things that don't really matter and don't really define anything.
Are you one of those people, though, Richard? Are you an insufferable artistic visionary?
I think I'm a lovely, sunny person. But I was saying more about like the writing process. You tend to become very selfish and like really inward drawn, and people are like, "Come out," and you're like, "No, go away, leave me alone."
Is that necessary? Do you think to get the book written?
No, not necessarily. Write. I say different kinds of art. I think people who paint, people who have more like. There are a lot of people who do more things in the world. It's more sociable. I think writing is just such a solitary exercise.
Okay, writing is definitely a solitary...
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Come and join us. Are you a writer? Are you an artist? How do you express yourself? Through coffee? No. Not even coffee? No. Okay. I thought.
Walking by. By walking by people who are asking.
A walker.
Music to watch. What's that song? It's like music to watch. No, it doesn't matter. Anyway, but to master any craft, you need like intense focus, and that can't happen when you are constantly distracted by the presence of others, and therefore. No.
What is your craft? Do you have a craft?
I haven't mastered any craft yet because I don't focus. I don't like isolate myself in pursuit of that craft yet. But
you're looking for your craft.
Well, I do enjoy writing, I have to say, and it is. I do agree that it is a solitary act, and it is.
Yeah. Okay. What is your craft?
I think performance is my craft. But what I wanted to say about books, because I've never written a book. I have written shows. I wouldn't even say they're plays because they don't really follow. They follow the play structure in a kind of loosest possible way. But what I wanted to say about writing books, I heard somewhere recently that the skill of writing a book is actually very important, and what that teaches you as a writer is it teaches you to like organize knowledge, and that's something, of course you can feed it to AI, and of course you can come up with some paragraphs, but what you're then doing as a writer, you are learning to get your knowledge, your experiences, your thoughts, and you're organizing them. And that effort is not an easy effort. It's not easy rewards effort, but it's important for human development and for passing it on.
That makes writing sound very hard, so I've got to say.
Yeah, that's why maybe I haven't written anything.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I think writing is a learning process. For me, it is about part of it is just like researching and finding out more things, and then you convert it into your own like framework. By doing so, you bring it into yourself. That's why I think like ChatGPT and all that, you can rely on them as research tools, but it never replaces that process in the human brain, at least as I see it. I mean, it can help supplement, but it doesn't. To me, a true writer is incorporating all this stuff into their own like perspective, and I think you miss that with.
Do large language models help the writing process, or are they almost like an easy win?
So this book came out last September, and we almost put on the top of it, we almost put a little sticker that said still 100% human content. Yeah. Because I used Google for search. I used a little bit of ChatGPT, but there's not one word there that's not my own language. So.
Okay.
But there's so much, like 20% of Amazon now apparently are like books written by ChatGPT.
Wow.
You know, the real quick, fast things. It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually get books written entirely by ChatGPT. That sounds like a lot easier than being. Maybe writers would be more sociable if they just pressed the button and said, "Write me a book about reweaving the web." Maybe that would be more. You'd have more time to socialize.
Steal my concepts, put different words around it, and then put a copyright on it and sell it for half of my book or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. Okay.
She's found her craft.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, just think how many books you could write. Yeah.
But from the reader's point of view, does it actually matter? I know for the writers, despite of what I just said, that it's a very important undertaking. But if you're kind of working there for 10 years on a book in solitude and and you're...
Is that how long a book takes?
Well, that's how long it took you, what you told me.
Yeah.
But for the reader, does it actually matter? Because I have read books which are through and through written by well-established authors. I don't remember everything, and I don't get everything that they've written about, but there will be some things, little nuggets, they will stick in my memory.
Yeah.
And I guess that'll be the same with a ChatGPT generated book. I won't absorb everything, but there'll be 1 or 2 sentences or thoughts. Why the chicken?
Chicken nugget. Sorry.
You're fired.
Yeah.
So, you know, it will be just like garbage, one kind of randomly generated good thought, and garbage.
Yeah.
So, you know, as a reader, maybe need to sift through the garbage.
Because you don't understand.
Just hit anything, Grace. Just go for it.
Yeah, maybe this could be
just
your
experiment. No, you carry on. I'm happy to be matched with a sound effect of your choice. But yeah.
I mean,
and that's it from Talkaoke, and good night.
That's the theme tune, yeah. That's what we do to close up. So that's it. Yeah. Zach, come and join us. Yes. Okay. Come and have a seat. Yeah. So this is Zach. There's no seat there, but just pick any spot where there's a seat.
Until Belen arrives, because then I need to leave.
Okay, so we've got Margot, we've got Grace, we've got Richard. I'm Mikey, as you know, and tell us your name.
I'm Zach.
Zach, look, we've got to do this button. Okay, give him a chicken, yeah.
Give him a chicken.
Chicken.
The man wants a chicken.
You got an owl. An owl. Anyway. At the moment we're talking about writing and reading. Margot's saying she'll read a book by some fancy writer that's well known, and there'll be bits of it that she picks up, but there'll be a lot of it that just sounds like garbage. Is it garbage? That's what we're talking about right now. Any thoughts on it?
If it reading is garbage, actually, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, depends on what are you reading.
Yeah.
Because if you don't read anything, like something that you don't really like or you get attached to when you start reading the book, it's gonna be garbage for you because you're just like passing words instead of like getting into the book or getting into the real story. You know, like for example, I don't like to read books of personal growth or how to earn some money or stuff like that because I think that that's garbage. I like to like read a novel, to read a story because then you make your mind really work. You know, get into a story, like imagine the moment, imagine the tone of voice that the person is using, and you know, and like when you get into the situation, into the moment of the book, it's like you can relate on the way that you will act in that moment, or someone else will react on the way that you are thinking about that. You know, it's like it's moving all like your creativity. You get like, you know, like making your brain work actually. You know, because it's not like, for example, my best the way that I relate it is like it's not the same watching the movie than reading the book. No.
So you're saying watching the movie doesn't make your brain work in the same way?
It does, but the thing is that lasts just 2 hours watching a movie. But when you read a book, it takes you a week for at least, you know, and then you get into the details that is gonna really like move your mind.
Okay. So reading the book, you get more into the details. Is your book going to get turned into a film, Richard?
I'm really hoping so. I'm asking Brad Pitt if he wouldn't mind playing my role. He's a little older now, so I think he could sort of ease into the character. So we'll
is that going to involve Brad Pitt shadowing you for some time to actually understand what it's like to be Richard?
I think more he'll join my posse.
Right.
So he'll be like maybe my number 1 or number 2 in my posse. We'll see how it works out. Yeah.
Okay, so yes.
I was just thinking about the kind of book versus film, because film makes me think that there's a passive kind of experience, like you are passively absorbing what somebody had decided is the main story. This is their curatorial, directorial take on the book.
So it's almost their vision. So it's like their vision of the book.
And the act of watching a film, just sitting here like eating crisps or something, you're watching a film, right? That's just passive consumption of an image, right? But reading a book, is that an active process?
Well,
because
in a way, eat crisps whilst reading a book.
It's not impossible. Trust me, I've done it.
Have you never been brought to tears or anger by a film? Like, is that the passive experience?
Have you?
All the time. Schindler's List, I was like, my God, could not stop.
Yeah.
But have ever happened to you by reading a book?
Has it happened to you?
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah. But I think that if you, but I think that it makes you like, it touches you way more when you read a book instead of when you watch a movie. Because when you watch a movie, you are watching an image that you relate to something in your life. But when you read a book, you imagine the moment. You don't see it. You imagine and you recreate that moment in your mind. So it makes you to like unveil some feelings that you have inside that you have never talked about them sometimes.
Okay, so you're saying a book can actually discover feelings that maybe you didn't realize you even had through writing. Yes.
I watched Schindler's List multiple times. I even recorded it on the VHS. I was replaying it, watching it. I grew up in Poland. That's what we do. We just watch Holocaust films over and over and read books about that. But what I want to say is, like, yes, it definitely, that film moved me, and many others have done too, and same goes for books. But I would still say that experiencing emotions is a passive thing.
What do you mean by that?
It's not an active act. I'm not going out. I'm so moved. I'm gonna go and just join anti-genocide campaign. I didn't do that after watching Schindler's List. I didn't actually put anything into action. I was feeling emotions, which when I stopped feeling them, because the scene moved on. It's not call to action.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean about passivity. Is reading books a passive act?
Okay.
It probably is, and now that I think about it, maybe it is.
Well, let me hang on to that mic for a second. Has the book ever been a call to action for you?
No.
No. Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe in a micro ways.
Yeah.
Micro ways, not microwaves.
Yeah.
Microscopic ways.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly tweaking my life.
Yeah.
So it's not like, right, I'm going to go and...
Has there been any book that's really made you want to act differently or do something differently?
Yeah, for example, Submission by Michel Houellebecq.
Yeah.
It's just the kind of the... Because his characters are often very kind of modern, broken people, kind of who are just like spat out by life, consumerist, over-intellectualized types, kind of tragic figures. And in that one, there's a main character who goes on a kind of spiritual journey despite living in this broken, post-religious world, inspired by the fact that, inspired by the rays of Islam, he then goes into exploring his own relationship with religion and God.
Okay, yes, okay, so submission over. Yeah.
So the last thing that I can say, it's, for example, when something happens into your life, in your life, then you remember something that you read, not something that you saw in a movie. That's the phrase that you say, oh, I remember this phrase in this book, instead of saying, I remember this scene in this movie, you know? So I think that it gets more deeper into you and makes you like think, you know, it starts to setting up your mind, like slow, like...
Yeah. Oh, hang on. And we want a final thought from you as well, Grace. Sorry,
because
Belin's been desperate.
Of course, the cognitive process that you have to do in the moment that you have to read, you have to stimulate your memory, your visual process, your everything, and of course, only with visual you get a passive action.
Yeah, okay, so you're actually really agreeing with Margot that it's much more cognitively active to read, and you're actually almost living that experience with the book. Grace, final thought.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, okay. I have to say that's not good enough. It's good enough final thought for some people, but I don't feel, for you, I feel like you can give us a bit more.
What would you like the final thought to be on?
Whatever you're thinking.
Okay. So feelings are a passive experience because they're not happening to you, they're just happening to your vessel, because you are not exactly your thoughts, you are not your body, you are not your mind in any concrete, measurable way, and therefore the feelings that happen to this experience that you're having is not necessarily your own experience, potentially.
Thank you. That's a much. See, I knew. I just knew. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Grace. We're here all afternoon, I think now. But Belin, you've come to the table. We actually, I'm supposed to do the protocol and say, what's your name? Your name's Margot. Your name's Richard. What's your name?
Belén.
Belin, welcome. You've been drawn to the table. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the coffees. In fact, yes, come and join us. Yes, you've got the right shirt. You've got a shirt to be in the middle of the table. Yes. So we've got Margot, we've got Richard, we've got Belin. I'm Mikey. What's your name?
Mike.
Okay. Mike, I'm going to give you the mic. We sort of started talking about writing and books, and why does writing have a different way of touching us than films? Somehow it's, as Belin was saying, it's more active.
It feels like when you're reading, you're creating the world in your head, and so it's a different experience. I was reading a book this past week, and I was actually talking to my wife about this, that it's amazing to think that you really visualize in your head exactly what you're reading. You have this whole perspective. Like I'm reading a Hunger Games book that I haven't seen the film for yet. It's the new one. Yeah. But I'm gonna get to watch the film. So that's kind of an interesting experience because you've seen the earlier movies, so you have a general concept of what the world looks like, but you haven't seen this one, and so you start to put all these pictures together in your head, and then you go to watch the movie, and then it's almost like a game, like how closely did the movie match what came up with in my head. But sometimes it's the opposite, where I remember going to see a movie and you're like, they're wrong. Like the way I pictured it in my head was not like that at all. And then there's a problem if you watch the movie first and then read the book, then it like messes with your head because you don't get to create your own images. So I think the biggest thing is that you're using your imagination. Yep.
Okay, so it's all about using the imagination. I'm going to come to you in a second, Richard, but you are desperate to say something.
I got
Yeah.
a bit of a deception
Yeah.
with Robert Pattinson doing Twilight.
Yeah.
I read Twilight, and I was, oh my god, that kind of vampire has to be. And then Robert Pattinson, I was, okay, you look like a junkie, provocative. Not that you're not a vampire. So it happened the same.
So you can be disappointed actually when you created your own
100%.
mental images. Yeah.
100%. I mean, it's just your personal and mine.
Yeah.
So 100%, I agree.
Okay, so sometimes it's a bit disappointing when you see the character, especially if it's the wrong character. Would you be disappointed when Brad Pitt plays you? By the way, Richard here, can we just have a look, has written this book, which it may get turned into a film. Watch this space.
Yeah, I was going to say this. We're mostly talking fiction, right? So we're talking about made-up stories and how close they are to like matching our emotional responses. And then in film, there's also non-fiction books, right? So sometimes I'm moved by either like it's a non-fiction book about technology and history of technology and where we can make it much better for it ethically. But it's like if someone tells me an actual historic event and like really conveys it either on the screen but in words. To me, the fact that it actually has happened makes like a deeper impression on me, like something from a historical event, the civil rights movement, for example, or and the story of like what happened to the people there. That touches me deeper than somebody making up a story about the civil rights thing.
The reality, the actuality of it.
Yeah, and other people may differ, right? Obviously, but to me, that there's a differential there. And then I was going to say, like an author that moves me, but not in either way, but more about philosophy, is Albert Camus. So he writes about the absurd and the rebellion and all the world, and I read that stuff, and it's like it captivates at least the intellectual part of me. Like, that's the world I can see, pulling into myself.
Okay.
So they're different kinds of writings, I guess I just want to say.
Well, there's a lot there. It's kind of up to you where you want to take this. Yes?
That's a really interesting point about. Well, first of all, I completely agree. Now it kind of makes sense to me why reading. Yeah, because I'm going to talk about French literature now. Yeah. No, but like when you read books, it's an active process of engaging your imagination, which you don't have to do in a way when you're watching a film. So thank you for this. Secondly, it's an interesting point about the historical events that are maybe more moving than maybe fiction. But I also wanted to ask you, what do you think about kind of film dramatization of events? Because I've never seen, like, what do you think about it? Because Miran, if you're watching this, you really like the kind of Game of Thrones. Miran, he's possible that he's maybe editing this footage, or it could be just me. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a phenomenon of Game of Thrones, that kind of game. Okay, it's not based on one specific event, but it's kind of like a cluster of lots of general historical events, or like these these dramas, dramatized versions, using all the wealth of contemporary film industry, all the devices, all the budgets, to recreate something that happened 200 years ago, or whatever. What do people think about that?
Okay, so
because it feels very real, these shows.
Is Game of Thrones a period drama? No. Yeah,
I see what she's getting. Like when you watch it, like I'm American, so when I watch like a movie about the Civil War, or let's say Braveheart, like a movie like that, I think there's a couple things that happen. First, movies like that are great because I think in our head, we can never estimate those kind of things. Like when you see a movie that shows what happened in Pearl Harbor, like my brain could never imagine what it was actually like. So when you see it in film, I think you get a scale of historical events that you would never get normally. I think a lot of times we minimize historical events because they happened a long time ago. They're one sentence in our history book. There was a war. And so it's great to get that context. I think, so I love that like historical events that allow me to imagine and see things that I might never see before. It's funny though, I don't know if you all have seen this lately, one of the big things in AI is people make these videos that are like historical figures like while things are happening. So it's like, this is George Washington, I'm about to get on the boat right now, and they and it's kind of fun watching. I mean, they're annoying, but at the same time, it's funny to imagine what it would have been like to see that happening.
So it gives you a very vivid picture of historical events. Yes.
No. So I generally don't like film representations of historical events. So like for me, like Titanic.
Yeah.
You know, parts of that were like really stirring and moving and all that.
Yeah.
But then there's the part where the guy's chasing him because he's trying to get the diamond. It's like, no, that didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
But there are probably some percentage of people, if you ask them, are like, oh yeah, that was historically true. Everything in that thing happened. And just most recently, I was watching on TV House of Guinness.
Yeah.
Right, so it's this thing about the Guinness family in the 1850s and 60s creating the dynasty around Guinness beer.
Yeah.
And 90% of it is made up because they don't really know the details, and so
Because
they
they
fill
had
in
too
all.
many pints
And the
of Guinness,
family is furious because they're turning these people into, characters who are interesting dramatically, but probably not at all true to who they were at the time. But again, some people watch that and say, "Oh, did you know the head of the dynasty? He was gay secretly, and he had an ex-lover." And you're like, "What?" Nowhere in the history
so
books.
when it's
So I think there's a danger when you create,
Yeah.
historical fiction, which can be, when it's about actual people, can be problematic.
Okay, so it's about real people. Sometimes when we see it on film, we just take it as completely factual when it is anything but.
No, but I think this is the dangerous thing. But I have seen those videos, like biblical figures. It's like, hello, I'm Moses, and I'm just about it. Whatever. Yeah, exactly. They're quite funny. But yeah, I think because film, we live in such a visual world, I think it's very powerful what you put on film and what you then circulate on film. Because sometimes it may be just like something dramatically really good, and people come away and go like, gosh, this king was like this, but was he? What did that really happen? So what will happen to history? What will happen to history? Like, are we kind of rewriting the history? That's okay, because it's more fun this way, or more engaging this way. Or should we be should we be going into detail? There was a war line in the book, but then,
I mean, I guess there's a tension between the sort of vivid enactment of history that may have inaccuracies to the very dry kind of factual history.
Except now, we live in a modern society where we see war as it happens, which is kind of terrifying in that sense. Now we don't have to imagine what it looks like for an entire.
Is there a difference between the war scenes that you see, like as reportage, and the war scenes that you see maybe from Steven Spielberg or something?
Well, I mean, obviously it's glamorized in movies. So I think when you see it, what it really looks like, it's nothing like you pictured in movies. But I think one of the things we can all be concerned about is, we're going to have a better record of this time in history because of media and film, but also we're going to have an incorrect record of this time in history because of AI and people. Basically, when a company goes out of business and all of that information is gone from the internet, we lose bits and pieces of history over time. So when people look back, part of us are going to say, oh, we've got all this documentation. And then you're going to ask yourself, but is it real? I think one of the oddest things about September 11th is that the time it happened was just before the explosion of the internet and phones. And you wonder how an event like that would have been different had everybody in that building had a phone and was able to document everything that was going on. And the emotional impact that obviously it was terrible, but it's nowadays when something like that happens, like, there's people with their film outs documenting every person.
View of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so nowadays a disaster, catastrophe is documented from every perspective. And is that going to be our version of history from now on?
About that, it's just a side point. When it was some time after 9/11, I was in Switzerland and I went to see an exhibition, and the artist there, he was painting massive paintings, which were almost like what we would now call a screenshot of a news page, like Yahoo News or something like this, of the news about 9/11. And he really took his time, and he had a bunch of assistants to help him paint the image of the news screenshots, just to really take time and contemplate on the speed with which news got around. And at the time, I didn't get it. I was like, huh? Like, why would you do that? But I think it was the act of taking time, slowing down the information flurry, and slowing down your processing what a tragedy had happened. And I think with this kind of phones everywhere, it's just sensationalized. And it's just too much. Like, do we really need to know the horrors of the First World War in HD.
I mean, imagine.
Or can we use our imagination? Going back to that.
If all those soldiers had phones to video that, I mean, what would that look like? I mean, yeah. Richard, have you got any views on this? It's your turn, really.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, hang on. When somebody leaves the Talkaoke, we like to, it's not obligatory. However, it is customary to ask for a final thought. Have you got a final thought for us, Mike?
You put me on the spot.
I put you on the spot, yeah. But
Final thought. Use Firefox. That's my final
use
thought.
Firefox. Why?
Because it allows you to choose the browser you want to be. It's open source and it's competing against big tech.
Okay. Do we need to compete against big
We
tech?
do, because we don't want people that have they already have so much knowledge about them. We want to give them as little as possible.
Okay. So keep your data away from those nasty big tech people. Maybe we can make a movie about it. The Firefox the movie. Has it been made already? What would Firefox the movie look like? Come and join us. Come and tell us.
Well, Clint Eastwood stealing a Soviet
Okay, hang on. Come and sit down. Come and 2 minutes. Explain Firefox the movie to us.
You don't remember Firefox the movie? It was a movie about
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood stealing a plane from Russia.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Firefox the browser, the movie.
Nobody's even Firefox.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there could be some kind of
Yeah.
film screening. I mean, we've got the library. Maybe we should have like a
little film
like
room.
a screen, like a film room.
Including.
Going to cinemas is still the top destination for going on dates.
Oh, really?
Apparently, yeah.
As it comes to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
dates came after it, though. That's the question.
Yeah. How successful is going to the cinema as a first date? Is it a good one?
Depends on what you're watching. Yeah. And if both people like it. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. It depends on what you're watching. Okay.
But there was Social Network. Social Network was the one
Is
about
that a good date film?
about Facebook. No, we were talking about
Yeah.
Check. That was the Facebook movie.
Yeah,
which
but it's
was,
not a good film to take a date.
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, no, not really.
Unless you've met somebody at MozFest. Maybe.
Well, it makes you, because if you come out of it and the guy's like says, "Oh wow, that's how Zuckerberg is, rich and famous. I love it. I want to be like him." And she's like, "Are you crazy? That was 2 hours of why this guy is a pathological, whatever."
Yeah.
So it can create like an interesting dynamic. You're like, okay, no second date. So it can be revealing.
Okay, it could be revealing. Okay, yep.
But the thing with Facebook is that you can have some if you want to, and Richard, you also can have a bit of this.
Thank you. I already had some.
Oh well. Thanks for sharing. When you did have it, anyway. Yeah, you shared the information, and that's fine. Yeah, well, thank you. No, but isn't it funny? Like on social media, it's not unusual now to share your relationship status, or on Facebook it was, but previously people didn't really do that. Why do you need to now let people know about this? What why do we have to like tell people about the things that we get up to, the experience? Because people were talking yesterday about it's a post-possession world or something. It's post a lot of things, but
post-possessions.
Post-possession.
Like, you no longer own anything. You just rent it, it's an experience.
it's a subscription-based model, but then also it's experiences. Why do we have to share experiences, but we didn't before? Is it because we can?
I would say we're streaming relationships too.
Streaming
relationships.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're streaming the fact that, I just started one. I'm in one. Here's all the photos. And I just dumped that person. I'm no longer in it, and whatever. So it's all lived online, and it's a process of relating or unrelating, I guess. But yeah, we never did that in the old days. I mean,
come and join us.
Did you ever walk around with a badge saying, "Hey, I'm taken,"
2 minutes,
or
2 minutes.
or with here's a photo of my main squeeze. Look at her, isn't she pretty, or whatever, or like she just dumped me. I hate her. We didn't signal any of that in the past. Now we do all the time.
I mean, to see a real relationship or like friendship dynamics in action, you'd have to really go into a place where I don't know, spend a Christmas with that family or go on holidays with that couple or something like this. Then you get day by day.
Created with AI, like you meet somebody, you think you like them. Could you get artificial intelligence to recreate what the Christmas experience with their family would be like? Just so you don't have to wait.
I don't know. We've got.
Even better, can you just relate with their avatars instead? I'm going to send my AI agent to go interact with your AI agent avatars of your family, so I don't actually have to be there in person. But, we'll have a nice conversation. It'll give me back whatever information I need to know about. Oh, Uncle John is sick, sorry to hear that. I'll send him flowers. But you don't actually have to be there and experience it. It's like the best of all worlds.
Okay, Avatar Christmas. This is a new thing. You send your avatar, and that would solve the whole problem. It would solve the whole problem of, like, do we go to my parents or do we go to her parents? You send the avatars. Yes, and then everyone gets Christmas with their family.
But that's nuts.
Or alone, if they really
Or
want
alone.
to, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. It's Christmas, a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
No, but I quite like going to, like, when you go and meet your partner's parents, it's like a next level, And from them maybe some things about them that they wouldn't necessarily project to the world. But yeah, I look forward to meeting my partner's parents.
Okay, so welcome. This is Talkaoke, Pop Talk Show. We have got Richard, we've got Margot, and Mikey. What's your name?
Andy.
Andy, welcome. Right now this is it's a free-form talk show, so we can go in any direction. Right now we're talking about. Do you celebrate Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good, strong answer. Come and join us. Would you send your avatar to your parents or your partner's parents for Christmas so you didn't have to go yourself?
So I didn't have to go, or because
either reason.
I'm trying to split myself in two to cover both bases?
Well, either really, because both is kind of handy.
I would say I like them,
Yeah.
and therefore I would not send them.
Yeah.
The second scenario is that I'm trying to cover both bases.
Yeah.
I would not send the second one because I think part of a healthy relationship is the trade-offs between who goes to whose house.
Right. So that's actually part of it.
You need to understand boundaries, and you need to understand trade-offs. And if you lose the habit of understanding the trade-offs, so say like, oh, okay, we go to my house every Thanksgiving and every Christmas, and that's just a non-negotiable. That's not a healthy relationship. Once you start to negotiate the back and forth and say, hey, all right, last year we went to your house for Christmas, this year we're going to go to my house for Christmas, that's suddenly you're talking, suddenly you're communicating. So
would you send the avatar to the other to negotiate? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
No, because I think the avatar, I think it's an out. And I think the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that when you don't allow yourself an out, you actually learn better social and communication skills with your partner.
Good one, Andy. Yes.
No, but I think that's so true. I think it's the trade-offs as well. And then also in the moment, if you are around the people that you always are around with your partner or whatnot, or your friends, then you know how things function. You know those interpersonal dynamics. But if you have a bunch of essentially strangers, which is like your first time you meet your partner's parents, so you should perform well, but you don't have and it's family potentially, right? But you don't quite know these you don't have these codes of behavior, so you need to negotiate almost everything from serving them the soup or asking if everyone's okay. I don't know, you're being assessed as well, as a new person, so you need to understand what your partner's mum likes or she doesn't like, what is well received, what is not.
What's a good subject
and
for
that's a good thing. I agree with Andy. It's a good thing. You have to work it out on a human level. it's important. It matters because the people that you want to potentially impress.
Okay.
And they raised your partner in one.
Okay. Yes. Possibly Roberto's got a point. Do you know what we're talking about?
Yes. Just Richard just told me.
Okay. So we've got Andy. We have got Margot. We have got Richard. We've got Bellin on the coffees. We have got. Hey. My name's Mikey. We've got over here
Roberto.
And basically we're talking about, would you send your avatar to Christmas so that you, there's always a thing, do you go to your partner's parents, do you go to your parents? You could potentially send avatars. Annie says no, because that's what life is all about, this negotiation, this trade-off, the compromise.
Endurance.
The endurance as well, yeah, possibly. I think what Margot's kind of agreeing, but saying that it's more than that. You're being assessed. You're actually being kind of, especially probably the first time you go there, you're actually being assessed. Are you adequate? Are you worthy material? Exactly.
I have an eclectic position.
Yeah.
You can send your avatar in order to coordinate a meeting.
Yeah.
So those that are not in presence, so they can also join, but at the same time you're using this technology in order to meet in Barcelona or Madrid or United States or whatever you are. So it could help to bring people together.
Okay, so bring the two families together.
Yes, because it's materially impossible to be all in the same place. So this could help to meet the people that is around, and at the same time to meet the people that is around somewhere else. Don't you think, Belen?
Okay, Belen, have you got a view on this? You've rushed to the table.
But that's a super Latin perspective, honestly, because I'm doing the same with Sac family. I mean, they are from Ecuador, of course, but they're the best, and I couldn't understand how European people or doesn't meet both family, which is amazing also. And how are you doing with at Christmas?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my partner lives in Germany, so I fly over so I see my family in DC first, and then I fly just in time for Germany for Christmas and New Year there with her family.
Yeah.
But have you ever think about mixing both families in both?
Can you mix them
Christmas?
together?
Like, which is logical for me and for you too, no? Yeah.
I think the distance and my mom is very old, doesn't travel anymore, and things like that. So it's more difficult. Yeah.
Let's bring Andy in on this one. Could you mix the two families?
I mean,
is this just a Latin way of doing things?
Well, I think historically speaking, people are more mobile than ever. Like, people move around more than they ever have. You can look at actually like graphs of people's social networks expanding in distance. So you're more likely to meet your partner in a place that's further away from your community than ever before. So I think logistically it's never been harder for the two families to mix, whereas I think in the past it's like, oh, okay, you might have met somebody from your community organization or your church or wherever you might meet them, and it's great. It's so easy because they live right down the street. You say, okay, we're gonna all get together, but then the other point I'd like to make is, so I have 3 sisters. They're married. So how are we going to coordinate all potentially? Okay, so three sisters. They're all married. The coordination then becomes almost out of control, because where are we going to all meet?
Yeah, and their partners have all got brothers and sisters.
Their partners have brothers and sisters. So it's like an exponential increase in complexity when you start bringing in siblings as well.
Unless you create a single Christmas space. Yeah. Okay.
I think you just have to accept that Christmas may not be the occasion, because for example, the only time that I'm thinking about when my mum's and my dad's family came together, it was like for my communion, for example. So they were, so they went there for Christmas, because there's not really any incentive for family A and family B to be together, to be together in a space, unless it's for something, there's no, they're both kind of connected to the one kind of family member, the child, the kind of in between both. Or a wedding. A wedding, it's another one, but not Christmas.
Not Christmas.
No, wedding is, I'd say it's more like, coming from Poland, I think you're more likely to encounter two families at the wedding rather than at Christmas, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I've got all these games, but that's another story.
Well, we mean Christmas because it's one special occasion, but it could be birthday, funeral.
Yeah.
No, I mean, a place so people can get together. So what you're doing, what have you been? Where are you going next year? Are you studying?
Yeah.
At least in Spain, I think also Latin America happen that every Sunday, all the family meet. All the families, all Sundays, you go to abuelita house and get coffee together like normal. And there's no chance to move this main event of the week. So why not Christmas? I mean, just so the Christmas is the most important ever. So it's, I think the different mentalities and. In terms of family, there's no logistic or no problem. It's just about being together, and that I think it's just about priorities, no? So.
Yeah.
But I would like to make a question.
Yeah.
Have you ever think about being just your girlfriend or wife or boyfriend or whatever you have, just alone, couple Christmas,
Okay.
no family, just
I'm going to turn the mirror to you. Have you ever considered that?
sometime I will love that. Like no deal with the stress, no deal with the with anything. Just I mean, I'm Christian, so for me Christmas is really spiritual, and it's a moment to reflect about how lucky we are, how blessed we are all with life, and sometimes this kind of meeting with families and peoples and friends gets so superficial in terms of gifts and food and all this in an excess, and I don't know. So I would like to have this kind of.
You want to simplify Christmas?
100%.
Okay, interesting. What do other people think? Do you celebrate Christmas? That's what we're talking about now. Come and join us. How do you celebrate Christmas? Is there a bit of a tension between the family and going to different families, maybe the partner's family, maybe they're in different countries, maybe there's like a trade-off, as Andy says. What Belen said is maybe just get rid of the family and just do it yourself and focus on the spiritual side. That's kind of what we're talking about here. We started off talking about avatars, because Richard came up with the ideas. You just every other year you send your avatar rather than yourself to the partner's Christmas, and then they do the work for you. We're in the technological era, but most people don't like that idea, basically. And it's become more about what do we actually do. Andy's got problems, 3 sisters, all with different partners. The problem isn't the 3 sisters, it comes the Christmas. How do you get everyone together? Yeah. How do you get everyone together? They've all got partners, they've all got families. It's a nightmare. So that's what we're talking about now. We have got Belen, we have got Richard, we've got Roberto, we have got Andy, we had Margot, and I'm Mikey. What's your name?
Pilunomi.
Pilunomi.
Yes.
And is it difficult at Christmas? Is it a nice time for you at Christmas, or both?
I love Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm from the southern hemisphere, so our Christmas is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I'm from South Africa, Johannesburg.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Christmas is very much family time, but also friendship time, hanging out time. The country basically shuts down on the 16th of December, and everyone goes home.
On the 16th of December?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit before Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got like 9 days, or have you got longer after Christmas as well?
Some people.
Yeah.
And they just spend time with the people that they love.
Yeah, and so is there a tension, or is it just lots of time just to spend the time with all the different families? And
I'm sure it depends on the dynamics of your particular family.
Yeah. Well, what about your particular family?
I live at the intersection of 2 extreme worlds. I'm mixed race, so my family in South Africa lives in a township.
Right.
The rest of my family lives in the UK and in a different city.
Yeah.
But most of my family time I spend in December is with my immediate family.
Is that because it's more
And
sunny
friends.
in South Africa and it's cold in the UK?
The UK's far.
Yeah, okay, it's too
and I have to
far.
get a visa, which is really expensive.
Okay, there's all sorts of problems going on here. Yes, I see. I get it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to come to you in a second. So we've got Richard, we have got Roberta Piloni. We've got Andy, we've got Margot. What's your name?
Janaki.
Janaki.
Janaki, yes.
Janaki. And I'm Mikey. And when we're talking about Christmas, do you celebrate Christmas?
I don't.
Is there another festival that you celebrate that's similar where you have to bring the family all together?
I think the Valley would come the closest. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a difficulty to bring all the different families together?
No.
No, everyone just gets together. It's not a problem.
Yeah, but it's like my close long distance family, so it adds up to about 40 of us.
Right.
And I think we like a party.
Okay. So it's just a big party, no problem. Andy, what were you going to say?
Okay, so people are falling in love with chatbots.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been seeing this, but there's a rise in people having romantic relationships with chatbots, sometimes in addition to their real life spouse.
Yeah.
Would you ever have to go spend Christmas with the chatbot?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, is the chatbot invited to Christmas?
Okay. Will people be bringing chatbots to Christmas or Diwali? Would you bring a chatbot to Diwali?
How close are you to the chatbot?
Very close. Very close.
Like.
Yeah. Very close. I think it's implied. Yeah.
No, the movie Her, it came out I think 8 or 9 years ago,
Yeah.
right? And the main character had just broken up with an actual person, and starts a relationship with a chatbot. I think Scarlett Johansson is the voice, and he starts taking her around. His phone is like peeking out above his pocket, so she can see like on the camera, like interacting. He goes at a double date with somebody, like so. There's 3 of them, and then the chatbot in the phone. But he treats it like it's a real relationship, and so there are people in the world. It sounds like that's a growing phenomenon.
Yeah. I mean, can you take these chatbots to Christmas or
Well,
to
that's the
Diwali?
question. At some point, you say, "I'm going to bring my chatbot to Christmas. Introduce them to the family.
Yeah.
My parents. I want their blessing. You know, all that."
Yeah. I mean, how's that going to go down? Come and join us. Yes, we want you. Yes, we do. Yes, go Margot.
Yeah, but to me, what's even worse is like you meet people on Tinder or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And then the whole thing before you meet them, and even if you have already met them, is that you continue this relation with them by texting them all the time. So they are a real person, but the way in which you interact with them it's like in a chatbot. And that ruined many of my Christmases before. I don't do that anymore. But when I think about it, it's like all you think about is like, is this person texted you or not?
How do you
but
know
they're not there with you, so.
How do you know they're not a chatbot?
Well, because you've met them or you will meet. Like I've never chatted to a chatbot. I know this for sure.
You've never chatted to a chatbot?
Well, in a Tinder situation, but
How do you know?
Because I've met all the dates that I've.
Okay, right. Yes. All right. Yeah.
In the future, we may not. In the future, it may be much more blurred. We may know who we're talking to, and it may not. Some people may not care.
Give us a final thought.
Use chatbots for present ideas, not for companionship.
Why?
I think like there's still a lot of exploratory space around this, so I don't know. Until we have more of an idea, I would err on the side of caution, optimistically cautious.
You're optimistically cautious. That's an interesting position to be in.
We're cautiously optimistic.
You're cautiously optimistic.
That's the phrasing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
All right.
cautiously optimistic.
Affirmatively pessimistic. So
You're
affirmatively pessimistic. Yeah.
Okay.
They were all.
I'm recklessly optimistic, I've got to say. But anyway, thank you. Okay, where are we going to go with this conversation? It's great. Okay, give us a final thought.
Don't bring your avatar to Christmas.
Don't bring your avatar to Christmas.
I don't think so. Not now.
Not
in
yet.
a few years. I mean, avatars could become real. That's a fascinating whole separate topic. I think is the psychology of being with a human being. How different is that from the psychology of being with a chatbot or an avatar or AI agent or whatever? It taps into the very same wiring in the brain. So in many important ways, the brain doesn't really discern or maybe even care. In terms of whether it's a virtual or a non-virtual relationship. So.
Okay, that's definitely a. Okay.
Can I ask just a quick thought? What do you think about avatar parenting? That's it.
The avatar's the parent? Or?
Yeah.
Could you have an avatar parent if your parents are either not around or not very good?
Or you're a single parent. It's like, look, I need to have another parent, another pair of virtual hands around the house to help me raise my child. Yeah, have an avatar. Virtual hands.
Okay. Maybe avatar parenting is the way ahead, rather than the taking the avatars to the parents. Take the partner to the avatar parents. Anyway, that's what we're talking about here. This is Talkaoke. We're talking about the future, essentially. Andy.
Well, these were my final thoughts. I think the danger of chatbots is that the business model of a chatbot is not to produce like factual information, but to keep you subscribed and engaged. Hence the problem with sycophancy. Like they're going to agree with everything that you say.
But I think my mum's, to be honest, has got a similar business model.
Your mom.
Eyeballs. She wants more time, more attention.
But your partner might not. Your partner, and I think that's where you learn best through friction, and you learn best through having communication breakdowns and then trying to fix them.
So it's actually when things don't quite work or there's a bit of a mismatch, that's when you're on full learning mode.
You need to have misapprehensions, miscommunications, moments where you don't see eye to eye in order for you to engage in a real productive human relationship and also to grow as a person. And so when there is a frictionless experience in which they're agreeing with you on everything, about everything, it's kind of like the harpies, where it's like their song is so that you'll jump into the water. It's like it's the sirens. It's tempting because it's so it's so seductive to just like have everything you say echoed back to you and being told you're the smartest, best looking person in the whole world. But most likely that's not true, and so like then you have to figure out how to live your life.
Would you rather be the smartest person or the best looking person?
Best looking, they don't have to work. The smartest person, you'd have to go do stuff. The best looking one, you can just kind of lounge around.
Just be you. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. That's some quality input there.
And also, if you're the smartest person, you'd be questioning everything. So even though you should be working hard, you will find the structure of work oppressive.
It might
and you'll be just like forever.
It might be what they call a mixed blessing to be the smartest.
A mixed blessing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is a talk show. People are waiting for coffee. That's what they're doing. But they could be here.
Water. Water. We're bringing the water.
They went to the well and they returned. Very nice. No, that's good. You should have done that. That's very commendable. The AI, a bot wouldn't be able to do it. I don't think.
I don't know.
Pair of virtual hands. Like I'm still thinking about that oxymoron.
Come and join us. Get a coffee and then join us. Talkaoke's always.
While they're doing the line.
Go on, grab the mic.
Talk with Belen. We should probably do something. They can do the line in the table, so they can.
Okay, so have queue up around the table.
While they're seated
put
here.
The coffee machine on here, and then we'll just go around. And
the waiting line, it could be here, so they could be seated here it's not a good idea. It's a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Instead of being standing there, they could have here the coffee, and we have some numbers.
You're full of innovations, Roberto.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready for that innovation yet. Yeah. So what is Maya?
You have to approach it with a Maya mindset. No, put these sweets away. They ruined me yesterday. I had so many of them.
I've got tooth decay now.
Yeah. My teeth used to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Jess, come and join us.
She returns. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hi.
Yeah. Hello.
I was just saying about the concept of Maya, which is most most advanced yet acceptable.
Yeah.
So this is about ideas and technologies which are advanced, but they are still within they're not too wacky for people to comprehend. So it's a small advance.
Brain freeze.
That's okay. I'll say it again. So there's a concept Maya, which is
M-A-Y-A.
which means most advanced yet acceptable. And it is about ideas in design and just general ideas, where you're proposing something that is new and it's advanced, but it's not too advanced. You know, so people can get on the journey. So they are advancing slowly. Because if it's going to be if it's too advanced, people will they'll be alienated. They won't get it.
It just doesn't make any sense to them. Yeah.
Give me an example.
Give us an example.
For example,
Yeah, but I don't know if it's like one of my sessions is like unlearning the prophets, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has time. They can gift and they can barter, right?
Yeah.
Skill for skill, good for goods. We don't need technology for that. We need human connection, creativity, connection, right? This will build community if we reach out there and be like, hey, you're not a price tag. You're a human with value. Let's change the way we think, right? Because everything revolves around money nowadays, even technology. We are the currency, right? We're the currency based on like, look at us, click on us, click on us. So this takes you away from the computer, especially in the age of AI where everything becomes isolation, right? I work from home. I barely see people.
Yeah.
Because everybody works from home now.
Yeah.
AI is taking over with the automation. And I think that particular concept where you build a community around people's skills, given time. Now, I'm not inventing the wheel.
No.
There is already time banks worldwide that people share their time.
Yeah.
Because time is something that everybody
share time
has.
Instead of money.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, okay. So, this is Talkaoke. We've got to do some introductions. My name's Mikey. What's your name?
Roberto.
And?
Leandra.
Leandra, Gloria.
I'm Margot. Hello.
And I'm Mikey. And at the moment we're talking about what Gloria is saying is like we don't need money anymore. We don't need technology. It's actually getting in the way of the most important thing, which is human connection. So is this whole MozFest just a kind of almost like a wrapping up of the technology side of things for us just to throw in the bin and go back to human connection? That's what you're proposing. Yes.
It's interesting because I started talking about this Maya most advanced yet acceptable concept, and I want, even though human connection is just such an obvious thing that we all want and need, is that too radical in 2025 to want that and really put it into place on a global scale? Because we live in a global world. You know, maybe back in the day in a little village, of course, connection was important and human. Nobody worked from home. Everybody was meeting. But we now live in the world has changed around us. The need for connection hasn't. So is the world too extreme for us to settle for a simple human connection? This is what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Okay, hang on a sec, because we've got a new face to the table. We have got Roberto. We've got Leandra. We've got Gloria. We have got Margot. We've got me, Mikey. Tell us your name.
And Claudia. Hello,
Claudia.
hello.
Well, come join us. Yes, you can do it. You don't have to say anything. You can just sit and sip your drink. You can sip your drink and just listen, and that will make you appear intelligent just by listening. Yes, there you go. Yeah. But tell us your name.
Mikola.
Mikola, welcome. I've just done a round of names, but yeah, and we were talking about human connection. Is human connection the way ahead? All of this technology is almost like this, maybe even the last MozFest, because we're going to put the technology in the bin and just do. And that's not what you're saying. No. Okay, go on, Leandro.
So I think what's really important to consider in this is the attention economy, right? So tech right now is being created in order to keep us on it for as long as possible, or very specific tech, for example, social media is being created to maximize the time we spend on it. Exactly. I think there is like a tech, like a version of tech that we can imagine that can facilitate human connection and can facilitate also like plurality of human connection. However, right now we're not designing with the goal of...
Just give us an example of one element of it.
I would love, personally, a social media. Apparently, Facebook back in the day did this, but I was too young for this. Should have been born before, but that you can see what events your friends are going to, and you can join them on events. I think that it's that easy.
Yeah.
But I don't use Facebook. I only exactly. But all the Facebook I see has just AI slop on it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So a social media technology that actually gets you to go and meet up with your friends in real life. That's what you're proposing. And apparently Facebook did it back in the day, before Leandro was born.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we discussed Facebook yesterday. Yeah. What I wanted to say is it is true. Yeah, we talked about Facebook a lot yesterday.
We talked about MySpace.
No.
No.
Maybe today is the day.
Yeah.
Well, no. But what I wanted to say is, like, it's true. It's a really nice feature, but there's so much choice. Like, I live in London. There's always so many things to go to, and obviously advertisers have moved in. On the rare occasion that I am on Facebook, I don't see the events that my friends go to. It's just something that's been recommended to me, and I just switch off. But I sometimes feel maybe there's just too much choice. Like, you know, back in sorry, not to be like back in the day kind of chat, but you know, if you lived in a village or in town, there was like one cultural place, one cinema, and well, you knew that people would be there. You would just go, and now it's just you've got so many options.
How do we get? Can we get technology to enhance human connection, or is that just like an oxymoron, that technology which improves or creates?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You gotta want the change, right? Like the young generation, they're born with iPhone in their hands. So how do you disconnect them from that?
Sounds uncomfortable.
It is uncomfortable.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Oh, okay, Mikola.
Yeah, just one comment. Leave the kids alone. They know how to use, they know how to live. Don't try to, I don't know, make something for them. Disconnect, connect, leave them alone.
Do you leave the kids alone?
Leave the kids alone. No.
But does leave the kids alone mean giving them an iPhone or let them have an iPhone?
I believe.
I do have one, not the main one. I don't have kids.
Would you give your kids an iPhone?
Or an Android, probably. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, give the kid. Okay, there you had it here. Give your kids don't give your kids an iPhone. Give them an Android. Claudia, have you got anything for us? What do you think? Human connection, is it important?
Yeah, but I think it comes through like shared routines, shared things that you do and so on, and then like occasionally going to an event can be a starting point, but then in the end it's about like the social network that kind of continues to flow. So so shared routines is probably something that I think social media could encourage, but then
What kind of routines have you got?
I don't know if it's sports, if it's certain hobbies that you have. I like to I'm boxing, for instance, so I'm like meeting my community there every evening, and it's just like
them.
And they punch me.
Yeah.
But so I think it's about that. It is. It's like the most direct form of connection you can get.
Yeah. Okay, so should social media be encouraging us to hit each other and actually have real human connection through a fist in the face with a glove on. With a glove on, yes. You say no.
Well, it's violence.
Yeah. Is it violence?
No, the way he's introducing it, it sounds very violent.
Yeah, okay.
But you're doing like, I don't know, going boxing, kickboxing, whatever.
Okay. Yes.
But I think then it's ultimately about like conflicts and how to handle conflicts and learning to like let your, I don't know, like discuss with people and like really engage with someone. That's human connection, right? It's like about the one-on-one. It's not about hidden things that you have in the past or wherever, but it's in that moment that we share one connection. Yeah. And it's really about like the also conflicts that you have. It's just like,
does boxing help you resolve conflicts somehow?
Yeah, because I just stand there being like, So I would encourage everyone to go like start boxing or some sort of combat sport.
Right, okay. So we're talking about human connection. Maybe here at MozFest we're a little bit too unconnected. We should be doing, there should be maybe a boxing ring. Should there be a boxing ring here, maybe next to the Talkaoke table? I mean, we've got that where we're based.
I don't know if you've been to the Chelsea Mannings, and she did like a really nice exercise where she had everybody get up and talk to a stranger right to the left, and it was a very nice moment because everybody's like, nobody knows the person that they're sitting next to, and all of a sudden everybody's getting up, and you saw the whole room was like getting up, and everybody was talking, and there was like connection and being made. And I think maybe we need something like that because people are very shy.
Yeah.
Not everybody's like me. I can talk to anybody. I could come up to someone and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" You know.
So do we need to get like the Gloria extract and inject it into?
No, Gloria is only one.
Yeah.
Nobody could be like me. Everybody's individual.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own thing to come out.
Okay,
you know.
Okay,
comparison is wrong.
Yes, of course you can.
Do it. It's the news.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I have one more just to tell you. Human connection. What we need, everybody needs the same. When you saw Corona time, when you saw people going to marches and all that stuff, they had one. What do you call it?
One cause.
They had a cause, right? So in Corona time, people helped each other.
Yeah.
Not because they were asked to, they was like, they wanted to help because they saw people in need, right? This is part of a human connection.
Yeah.
Help each other.
So it's about understanding need. It's about understanding.
It's about the community.
Yeah.
It's all about the community and people around you, and everybody is, walking around with a story.
Okay, it's funny when you said Corona time. It just goes to show the lensing effect of history. Because now, when you said Corona time, I was thinking after the conference, everyone opens up a beer, and that's Corona time. But it's not what you mean, is it? No. Okay, so we've got Claudia, we've got Roberto, we've got Mikola, we've got Leandro, we've got Gloria, we've got Margot, we've got me, Mikey. What's your name?
Tibor.
Tibor, welcome. At the moment we're talking about real human connection. Is it possible to have technology which connects us and allows us to connect more rather than alienates us? And Claudia's mentioned, yes, if social media helped us start routines like boxing, then we would have more human connection, direct human connection. And that's what we're talking about right now. And maybe it could be a cause like fighting the coronavirus. Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people think about social networks, but they kind of started off as social networks, but they become really anti-social networks because you see more stuff about the you see more stuff about the news or stuff. I don't see anything from my friends on Instagram or Facebook anymore. So for me, this is anti-social media. I think people should think more about platforms kind of like GitHub or things where people do things together, or where the point is to do things together, which is kind of like a new kind of social
so why
media.
are we drawn to anti-social networks rather than the more social networks that are out there?
Because of the dark patterns, because of they didn't get us when they sucked. They got us when they were cool, and then they shitified afterwards, like always.
They've been shitified.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's the word of today. Shit, it's been shitified. Maybe it could be a kind of very bad music subscription website, Shitify. Okay, so we got addicted, and now they're just giving us the dark side. Okay, that's interesting.
Yes, but at the same time, I think that we have to realize that it's a mean. It's not an end by itself. So the social media depends on what you do it for.
Yeah.
If you use it to get together with the people of boxing, or you're traveling, and I have long time I don't go to the Facebook, but I'm here visiting Barcelona, and I'll see a lot of friends who are here. So let's meet, let's get together. 10 years, 15 years ago that we don't see each other, so it helps to get together again.
Okay.
Facebook is for Gen X, and because we're trying to community or connection, all ages, right? I have a lot of young nieces and nephews where I see them before they post something. It has to be perfect. They zoom into the picture, and I'm like, people don't look at pictures like that, right? Nobody zooms in except you. The fear of, God forbid, I'm going to put like a bad image online.
Yeah.
This is me forever. Imagine what it does to their mind and their identity, right? So social media crushes your soul. It has beautiful things.
Yeah.
But it's a tool, like anything, like a weapon, right? It's a weapon, but it could be a tool.
Okay. Okay, hang on a sec, Roberto, because we've got new faces. Tell us your name quickly.
I'm Giovanni. Hi.
And who have we got over here?
My name is Angela. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great.
At the moment we're talking about social media. Is it as Tibor says, is it actually antisocial? And it's become shitified? And that, by the way, that domain is still out there if you want to take it, Shitify. Shitify.com is still available. But anyway, what we're saying is that we got addicted, we went to the dark side. Roberto's saying, well, actually Facebook, no, it's still useful. I dig up friends from 10, 15 years ago. But younger people don't have friends from 10 or 15 years ago because they're too young. And they're not on Facebook, they're on Instagram, and they're continually concerned about what they're going to post because, am I looking great? This is going to be forever. So
Somebody already bought a Shitify.com.
You've got to be faster. You've got to be faster. But anyway, so that's where we are right now, and it's all about can we use technology to actually enhance human connection rather than destroy human connection. That's the main theme I feel we've kind of sat into here. So, any thoughts, Angela? Giovanni, any thoughts? Any thoughts on? Yeah, go on.
I think the fact that we're saying enhance, that should be the key word, because now people are almost relying entirely on it for connection, and that's the problem. That's why you have to curate everything. You have to like zoom into your picture, whatever it is. So it used to be a place where I wish people happy birthday, but I don't even know anyone's birthday anymore. Like, this is crazy what it has become.
Yeah.
Exactly, but we need to use it to enhance, only enhance, not like rely on it for connection.
Okay. Is it anyone's birthday at the moment? Anyone got a birthday? Is it your birthday, Tibor? No.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Yeah, there we go. Literally, yesterday. Yeah, all right. Okay, happy birthday. We missed that. We don't wish anyone happy birthday anymore. Yes. Where are we going to go? Sorry,
I just have a quick tip about that. You can actually download everybody's birthdays from Facebook and put it in your iCalendar, and that way you can just like have a reminder.
Yeah.
Oh, already? Okay. Yeah.
It gives you like everybody on Facebook are now your friend. I have 500 people.
Yeah.
And lately I've been doing like unfollow. I don't know you. I'm not interacting with you. I don't need all these people and all this information.
Yeah.
It's not a connection that I'm making, right?
I mean, when you see someone, it has happened to me, I've got to say, I see someone on Facebook and I'm like, who are they?
Exactly.
Exactly.
But does it?
Because it was about I need to have more friends. I need to have the count of like 1,000. I see people with like 1,500 friends. No, you do not have 1,500 friends. It's not real. This is where it started with being fake, you know?
Yeah.
You added everybody into your Facebook, and then it become like, I don't, it just turned into something different. It's no longer the same thing that it was.
It morphed. Back in the day, before Leandro was born, it was like a good thing. It was pro-social. People found out about events. They found out what each other was doing. They were party. Yeah. Talking, sharing. Yes. Okay. No,
It was fast. You go fast.
Okay. Yes. That's a very good point. We always like to favour the new people. You've not said anything, so.
Okay, I would argue actually that having friends on Facebook or Instagram or whatever counts a bit like a phone book. It's not everyone that you necessarily are friends with, but people that you know or you might maybe want to contact in the future. You know, like you have the phone number of your favorite pizza or whatever, they're not maybe your friends, or the plumber, but you do have them maybe on Instagram or on your phone. So it's kind of the same thing.
It's just a phone book. Okay, so it's not. You don't necessarily need to know or remember everybody. It's just a loose network of connections.
The phone number from your phone book?
I did, but it was an X, so you know.
Okay, we were talking about that on Friday, actually. We can go back, we can rewind to that conversation, but that's a different conversation. It is up to you, and where you take this conversation, it's not up to me, it's up to you. Claudia.
I found it the other day that a friend of mine asked me for a job, and then they were mentioning that on LinkedIn they saw that I'm connected to one person working in that organization.
Yeah.
And then I was actually checking out that person, and I didn't know them.
Right.
So I was like, this is like LinkedIn now became the new, it's the same, right? It's the same as Instagram, Facebook, and whatever. So it really is like, and then I won't be able to make like recommendations to that person or say, hey, I know that friend, they're looking for something, because simply I don't know that person.
Okay.
Right? So it's also like a very random, I don't know how I became connected. Maybe that person, it's like, it's probably that, but then we are interacting at least. Oh, this thing is, I can't filter it. It's very difficult.
Can we take the sound
yes,
away?
thank you.
Sorry.
Otherwise, this tool becomes a weapon too. Sorry to say that.
This is like chili sauce. You just use it sparingly, especially if you're British.
So I think it really is like it's. When you start with social media, then you or like a certain platform, you engage with it a lot. You have so many people like requesting your friendship and so on. But then maybe at some point you also need to filter them, kick them out again,
a relationship?
and then
you're excited about it to begin with.
It's
and
like
then
Here I'd be like
after a few years, you're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay, maybe it's all social media platforms like that. It's just a rush of excitement and then a gradual series of anticlimaxes. Yeah, okay.
I think it goes back to this kind of gamification part of it, of having like 1,500 friends. Or for me on LinkedIn, I know when I got to 500 plus, it just shows 500 plus, so I added everybody until I got to 500.
Yeah.
So
that was your kind of goal. You got to the next level.
I got the prestige of the LinkedIn prestige, but I wanted to kind of circle back to something that you said. Social media depends on how you use it, but I don't think that's necessarily true anymore, because you have, I think people call this contextual collapse, because everybody is there. So you can have a discussion with your friends, but like a third person can kind of like come in and just like say anything and derail the whole conversation. This is more for like things on Twitter where everybody's connected on the same thing. But also, if you're in a space and you don't know why you're there, if you don't know why you're adding like LinkedIn contacts, it makes like a big change. I think if we look at stuff like Reddit, where you get points by the quality of content that you give, instead of having all these social markers like how many people follow you, etc. That can be kind of better, but also toxic in different ways.
Okay, so there is I'm just going to come to you in a second, Claudia, but I'm just going to sort of spin around. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll come to you in a second, but yeah.
Yeah, just one short comment. There were no better times. I mean, it was same. I mean, it was same. It was not like better in the past.
Are we looking at Facebook 2005 with rose-tinted glasses? Is that what you're saying?
And before the Facebook and before the mobile phone, it was literally the same. It was not better than now.
Was it worse than now?
No, it was same. It was same.
Okay, the same, not better, not worse, but the same. But the same. Okay, hang on a sec, Gloria. I'm going to come to Leandra.
I do think it is undeniable that the features we have now that you didn't have are shittier. So we have
shittier
features.
Oh, features.
So we have AI that we do not want. We have like our Instagram data being scraped for Meta's AI, which I'm not using. I don't know who's using Meta's AI. I think it's only used on accident when you look up a conversation on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
And
so we're going back to Tibor's shittification, shittify.com.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and also
Yeah.
bring back chronological feeds. I do not want to be recommended people that I do not follow all the time. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with Mikola that things have always been the same. They're getting shittier as far as you're concerned, especially when it comes to social media. Gloria.
Okay. First of all, you're right in some ways. This is the best era for everybody. Why? I don't have to go to the well to carry water. I don't have to go
We've
to
got
the
Zach to
farm.
do that.
You know? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you're privileged enough to have a farm and go, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, what I'm saying is, a lot of time I would sit at home and I'd be like, how dare you sit down, not doing anything? You should be doing something. And then I remember, we have faucets, right? We don't have to carry water. We don't have to like move the electricity. We definitely live in a fancy time.
Yeah.
Mama. It's very isolating. If somebody calls you, you're like, why aren't they texting me? I don't want to talk to them, right? This is, I'm also becoming like that too. And it's like, technology is like, almost like, there's some people who already have technology in their body. And it's insane. It's going somewhere, it's definitely going to go somewhere bad, but it's definitely going somewhere good.
Okay.
It's good, they can be good without the bad. It always goes together. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have to have the good and the bad together. If we want water and electricity, we need shittify.com. And we need,
It's so easy right now.
It's easy, yeah.
Like
Okay.
we don't have to do it back in the day.
Okay, Claudia, sorry, yes.
Yesterday I saw a panel and then, or actually it was like with all the filmmakers, I don't know if anyone of you were there, but they were making short films about protopia and the idea of protopia instead of utopia or dystopia, it's the idea of protopia and it kind of gives you like a bit of more of like intangible like things that we can do and gives you more, it kind of guides you more towards...
So it's like a durable utopia.
Probably that,
Yeah.
and not to come into dystopia. So I think for me, like one of the key things that I get out of this like MozFest is actually the protopia idea, and because I'm generally a optimistic person, but I'm also becoming from like an engineering and like you know like.
Are you cautiously
practical.
optimistic or recklessly optimistic?
Depends on the people.
Okay.
Yeah, but generally I'm curious.
Curiously optimistic, okay. All right, so we're talking about protopia, maybe that's where we're headed, the durable utopia. Tibor.
Yeah. Just to come back
The
to
mic as well,
yeah,
yes.
just to come back to what you were saying about like everything is the same. I think it is also true in a sense. Everything is the same for certain people, but if you look at all the different features that we have now for like. Yeah.
I want a final thought from you after Tibor. Finish your thoughts.
I have a kind of like a long thought, so I'll let you go first.
Okay, you've got a big one. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I have to leave. It's 13.
Give us a final thought, Angela.
Final thought. Let's make social media great again. Let's be social and enhance it.
Drop the mic.
Okay. Do we need a hat for that? Make social media great again? Do we need, or make technology great again? I could see like a different coloured hat, maybe like not a red hat, maybe or a kind of a claret hat. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Ankara hats. Make social media great again.
Okay. All right. We'll get the hat made for next year. make social media great again. Tibor, back to you.
Yeah, so I guess if you have kind of like a lot of self-control, then you could basically use social media as like a tool, but like all the defaults are set up, all the defaults are almost the same as basically gambling. So I remember back in the days when you could just like scroll your Facebook and then you would read all your Facebook, like your email, and you were done for the day. But and the feed was over. There was a time even without the news feed. So but now everything is basically just like loot boxes. I was using Duolingo today, and like randomly you have like loot boxes on Duolingo. So if you click like a gambling thing and you can win like diamonds or whatever. Like I don't know what Duolingo diamonds are. I don't want them, but I know that.
So it's kind of like it's almost over psychologically engineered to sort of.
Everything's gambling now. Everything's gambling, and it's annoying. I want to. Yeah, basically.
Okay, so welcome. We have got Tibor, we've got Claudia, we've got Roberta, we've got Mikola, we've got Leandro, we've got Giovanni, we have got Gloria. Mikey, what's your name?
Maya.
Maya. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. We're basically, we can sum up this whole conversation with Tibor's new website, shitify.com. Our social media feed, our whole online experience has become shitter because it's been over-engineered, as Tibor said, psychologically, just to make it like a kind of perpetual feed, a perpetual pushing our buttons. You know, we're getting Duolingo diamonds. No one ever knows what they are, and that's where we are right now. So how do we get towards what Claudia went to a talk yesterday, or was it today? I can't remember. And it's about protopia. How do we get to this more utopic, this vision of the internet, which was much more more of nice, yeah.
Sorry. We take all the white guys that own social media, kick their asses to the curb.
Kick the ass of the white guys. Okay. You could start with me. Start with yeah.
No, another comment for me, like make social media great again. Sounds a little bit like we want faster horses. I mean, I believe like social media are gone. Like let's wait or contribute to something new, something beautiful. Let's not like go to the past and.
Okay, so you're a bit anti-nostalgic, I can tell already, Mikola.
Yeah, let's look into the future,
okay,
again.
What are you going to build? Give us a vision that we're searching for. What is the vision then instead of social media?
So the vision is. The apocalypse to become like in a peaceful way, without too much of suffering.
Okay, make the apocalypse fun. Okay.
At least like with not that much of sufferings, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. Okay. Yes, Maya. Yes.
I'm hate to be social media, and I need some dissociation for lead with this reality and the chaos psychedelics.
Okay, psychedelic chaos is what you're looking for. That is the okay. So maybe psychedelic chaos is the answer. What do we do instead of social media? Is it psychedelic chaos? Where do we go with this? What do we build instead? Claudia. You know the drill, Tibor.
Okay.
You know the drill. You know this.
Okay. So I think my last words are: we should program computers, not let computers program us.
Okay. But doesn't that mean learning how to code? Yeah. Don't go there. Don't go there. Okay. Yes.
I'm thinking of like, why do we use social media? It's a way of like filling certain like needs that we have, right? So why don't we just rather look at like the people in themselves, like the individuals, and why they are tempted to go on social media instead of going outside to meet someone or just to be with themselves, you know? So it's really
ask
like
you that question. Why do you think people choose social media above real socialization and going to the boxing club?
Because there is like, oh God, lots of like psychological topics, but I think it's the need, like you don't want to be alone. You feel like alone. You want to kind of like get rid of a certain feeling. You're sad, but you don't want to feel sadness. So you're going on social media,
Okay,
right? So you're not sitting down, and that's why. And you're not going outside. And going outside would mean doing something against it, and that would kind of be like sort of like and going
you're addressing the problem of loneliness and sadness without leaving your comfort zone.
That or like certain trauma that you have in your childhood, you know, that so we would kind of need to work on everyone going to psychotherapy and just working on the things that are behind everything.
Okay, so really we need psychotherapy. We have actually got our resident psychologist and coffee provider, Belin, who is a qualified psychologist. Yes, and you're off now. You're not getting sucked in.
I'm doing my internship.
Okay. But yes, it's a psychological, Claudia says it's a psychological need that all of this, I'm going to come to you in a second, Mikola, but it's a psychological need. We're on social media because we're sad and we're lonely, but we don't want to leave our comfort zone of the home.
To distract ourselves.
We want to get distracted. Rather than addressing the problem, we're distracting ourselves. Have you got a psychological view on this? What's the psychologist's view on this?
Wow, 100%. I mean, the psychologist's view of... let me think about that. I will interview because I wanna make the correct answer to it.
Okay, you think about it and come back to us on that one. Yes. Hang on a sec, Mikola, because we've got some final thoughts that we have to go to. Leandra, final thought?
I think it's important to remember that we deserve a better social media, and while the internet is also maybe hampering us in some ways.
Why do we deserve a better social media?
Because the internet was made for the people, and it was made to connect with people. And I think at Mozilla Fest especially, we should know that the internet is a public good, and it could be used as kind of like a market, like a village square, a town square, where you could discuss in plurality, but the profit interests of companies are completely annihilating that idea. So I think it's important to just like affirm to ourselves that the internet was made for us. It wasn't made for corporate interests, but it's being hijacked for that. And we need to continue fighting against that.
Drop the mic moment, yes, and a round of applause, yes.
Okay, and my last thought is, we use social media because we want to connect, exactly, but we're scared of rejection. And the only guaranteed way that we can connect without being rejected, without saying hi to someone on the street and they don't reply back, which doesn't feel nice, is to just scroll. Also, I propose buying shittified.cat since we're in Catalonia.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's my last thought.
Shittify.cat.
.cat, yeah.
Okay.
It's fun.
All right, okay, we're going to start up Shittify. It's part of that, it's going to happen. You've been very patient, Mikola. Thank you for waiting.
So we can't be boxing 24/7 or socializing or everything. So it's a kind of mix of combination of everything in different proportions. And earlier yesterday, someone said, well, AI has been created to make us happy, and now I heard the internet was created for us. But no, like internet was a military technology, like created, to kill people, to win an economy. AI was not created to make us happy. No, like let's not be such illusional.
Why was I
not to make us happy? Absolutely not. Even more, like we are not designed to be happy. Evolution did not want us to be happy. They want us to replicate.
They wanted us to be hungry.
Yeah, to have more. Yes, to produce more people, like more and more and more, not to be happy.
Yeah. Okay, so Mikola wants to put it on the line here. The internet was created for the military, for military purposes. AI was created for some other reason, we're not sure. And human beings evolved to be unhappy, hungry, and horny. You heard it here. Okay. My name's Mikey, this is Talkaoke. We've got Gloria, we have got Mikola, we've got Roberto, we've got Claudia, we've got Maya, we've got...
Martin.
And Martin, welcome, but we're just going to get a final thought from Gloria.
Let's communicate.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's communicate.
What do you want to communicate? What would you like if you were going to communicate?
Let's design the world into a better place. One person at a time.
Okay.
Isn't it already a better place? You were saying so.
Yeah.
No, I said there's always good with the bad.
Yeah.
Good does not exist without the bad. It always goes hand in hand. And to edit every tool that we're going to create, every AI or computer that we're going to create, somebody's going to take it and use it for bad. But at the same time, somebody else is going to take it and is going to use it for good.
Can I just ask you, in the design process, is it possible to design things that are more good than bad, or that push us more towards the good?
Well, I'm a UX designer, so everything for me, it revolves about the user interaction and the way they experience. So when I go to any website, if I get frustrated, it means your website is not good and you didn't think about the person that actually coming to visit your website. So
in a word, yes. In a word, yes. And we'll get you to analyze all of our websites.
I think we need more UX, UI designers in science communication for responsible tech.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we really do need that.
Okay, we're going to connect, but I'm gonna.
Put me on Discord. Gloria is only one.
There's only one Gloria.
Only one Gloria. Gloria.com.
Gloria.com and .cat as well. Roberto.com.
Altogether.com.
Okay, anyway, we'll do the networking away from the Talkaoke table because we've got a conversation to do here. And we've got Martin that's just joined. He doesn't know what's going on. He thinks this is just a networking session, but it's not. This is a place where we generate ideas, and we generate ideas about the future of the internet. And we've just heard from Mikola, the internet it's a military invention. It's not necessarily there to help. It's not a global village. AI, we're not sure why it was developed. Maybe it's a funding proposal. But does that mean that we are stuck in this military paradigm? Does it mean we're stuck in this kind of world of badness? Or can we actually move forward and make the internet a nice place, as the way that Mozilla imagines it, as a free and open space? Can we actually do that? That's the question. I think that's the main question always at MozFest.
I have to, let's say, deep thoughts. First, I heard from a professor who said humanity has proven to be the more resilient system in the universe.
Right.
The humanity, it evolves in the universe.
Yeah.
The humanity, well, we haven't checked, but
how long
that we know, that we have studied.
Humanity been around?
Well, and then serendipity. If we see, internet was created for a military purpose, so it has way beyond much other
military
uses, and also AI. AI was also born during the time Alan Turing thing with the war. So then the serendipity has some effects different than those main that created. Don't you think?
Okay, so it might have been invented for military purposes, but actually it's quite useful for other stuff, like
social media.
Yeah, the social media. Yeah, Martin, go on.
Well, I just want to say,
let me hit you with a round of applause as well.
Thank you, and I haven't even said anything.
No, just for being you.
Of course, this is great. It's awesome to have a space to.
Yeah.
Exactly. So first of all, I since I sat here, I heard several times the internet was created by the military. So what? Tor was created by the military, and it's a great tool for anonymity.
Yeah.
So. I don't think necessarily because something was created for military purposes, like many other things. I heard about the Velcro was created by NASA, and now we have in population. How much research has been funded by military governments, and then we profit from it. So I felt a negative context on the fact that the internet was created for military purposes.
I'm going to just nuance that a little bit, because what it was about, and we'll come to Mikola in a second, is not that because it's military it has to be bad, but Leandro over there was kind of saying the internet was there to create this global village. It's there to help us. It's there to help the community. And I think it was just a counter from Mikola. It's like, no, It wasn't that. Yeah.
And just one more thing to that, like the internet is many things, many protocols, but also when we talk about the internet, it sounds to me that we talk about websites, which now we go into Tim Berners-Lee. So that is not a military thing and was created with a purpose way more aligned with Mozilla, which is access to freedom and to information and in general freedom. So we also need to be precise when we talk about the internet was created
Especially when we've got all of these people that know what they're talking about around here. We do have to be precise, yes. And anyway, I'm going to come to you in a minute, but we've got a new face. So we've got Maya, we've got Martin, we've got Claudia, we've got Roberta, we've got Mikola, we've got Margot. A lot of people beginning with M, which I like. I'm Mikey as well. What's your name?
Laka.
Laka?
Yes.
Laka. Laka.
Yes.
Laka. And my name is Mikey, and this is Talkaoke, pop-up talk show. At the moment we're talking about, can we create, where it has come from, whether it's come from the research at CERN or military, industrial complex, can we create a nicer, in some way nicer, more social internet? That's where we are right now. And we might go somewhere else. Mikola.
I guess we can. I mean, I am agree, and let's call it Santa Claus effect.
Yeah.
Because Santa Claus, like, not historically, but mythologically, was not that pleasant something in the past, but eventually it evolved into some nice guy bringing presents.
Yeah.
It did not used to be before.
So Santa Claus has actually evolved into...
military, like, let's say, something hostile and unpleasant into something
was it also
like...
a military creation of it?
Yeah, military grade something. And we can rethink things. I mean, let's say it was radio, and then a video killed the radio star, and now the MTV is being closed. And here we are, like, sitting here, yes, having a radio show, rethinking something, renewing something. So why not? Yeah, something military can become like a new Santa Claus. Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right, so you're saying, okay, it happened to Santa Claus. Santa Claus started as a military invention. I didn't know that. We learn every...
I thought it was Coca-Cola that made Santa Claus. It's red and white.
Yeah.
That's at least what we say here in Spain.
Okay,
it's a marketing stunt.
Okay, so it went through marketing, but I think what you're saying, Mikola, before the Coca-Cola era, Santa Claus existed as a kind of military, some kind of like, I don't know exactly, but some kind of military vehicle or something.
No, it was like, I mean, all the mythology has some roots in the past. I mean, in the past, something evolved into a Santa Claus. It's been a kind of a monster or something, not very pleasant, and not bringing presents, but doing something bad to people. People used to be afraid of, and now it's like it's a nice guy and etc. So same we can expect from other technologies.
Okay, so the Santa Clausization or something like that of the internet is going to become Santa Clausized, and it goes from a military thing into a nice soft thing, something nice. Anyway, we've got new faces at the table. So we've got Maya, we've got Martin, we've got Claudia, we've got Roberta, we've got Mikola, we've got Laka.
Yeah, you got it.
We've got Margot and me, Mikey. What's your name?
Diara.
Tiara. Diara. Welcome. We're basically talking about wherever it's come from. Can the internet, can the social space, the social media space, the technology of the internet actually evolve into something good? Just like Santa Claus did, apparently. And it's weird Christmas theme going on today as well. But I don't know why.
It's a Christmas theme.
Yeah, maybe we're coming up to Christmas. I know it's only November the 9th, but we're coming up to Christmas. What's your name?
Marta.
Marta, yes. And that's what we're talking about. But I've just done the summary, so you're going to have to wait for the next summary. But you were here yesterday, so you kind of pick up the pieces. Where are we going to go from here? Do people have that belief? You're curiously optimistic about the future. We talked about protopia. Are we moving towards a protopia, which is like a utopia but more doable? These are some of the questions. Do people feel optimistic? adverb are they going to attach to their optimism? Are they? So far we've had cautiously optimistic, recklessly optimistic, and curiously optimistic. Claudia.
I've listened to a talk today from Daniel Stone, who's talking about linguistics and how we can frame.
Yeah.
He was talking about public perception of AI, and then he was a lot about, for instance, we shouldn't be talking about the it and this blurry thing that AI is or seems to be, but really be more tangible and so on. And then people can actually start becoming more active and start movements around it and so on, rather than being kind of helpless and leaning back. So I think in terms of looking into the future, we really should think about the narratives that we use, that companies use, and if you want to be a responsible organization with a product, I mean there are products out there with certain AI systems on the market, then we should be kind of framing it also as maybe more a machine that is tangible and rather than an it.
Okay, so at the moment,
godlike.
The understanding of AI is a bit too intangible. It's a bit too amorphous. It's kind of and also, it's dematerialized. And we have this a lot because people talk about AI as if it's just one thing, rather than talking about particular system or model. And people just talk about AI, and then they, I hit this button, and that's how it works. But should we be conceptualizing AI in a different way?
But I think you can't win really, because if you start personifying AI just to make it more tangible for me, I don't work with AI. Yeah. If I Santa Clausify AI, personify, Santa Claus eyes, then that's bad, because I'm potentially tricking myself to ascribing too many human qualities to AI. But then if I treat it like just this general blob, then that's just too abstract for me. So I think for a normal human being who is not deep in the AI world, you just can't win. It's just a free-for-all. So I don't quite know, because what is the kind of healthy narrative to use when talking about AI? Is it Santa Claus? Is it your enemy? With how
I don't remember the original question, but I think
doesn't matter.
just kind
You're
of
in the right place.
Going off of that, I do think it may really depend on what industry the AI is focused in, whether it's healthcare or more just tech overall, or what aspect of the world it's or trying to help at
do
least.
we need different names for different types of AI?
I mean, I was just something she said, I work in legal area right now. I do research all day long, and it's just sometimes I'll come across a model response and it's why is the AI doing reasoning? You're not allowed to do that because the model isn't a lawyer. So I do think it's a very fine line, but at the end of the day it is humans at the end of the day who are training this, so it's hard to find where we're really going to draw the line.
Okay.
Are we going to keep pushing it, or I don't know.
Okay.
Very undefined.
I'm going to sum that up as, where do we draw the line? Yes.
I need to get going.
Okay, you've given a lot to us today, and you know what, we're next to a boxing. Was there a question a point over here? Sorry, Maya. You've given us a lot, and you've actually encouraged me to go to the boxing club next door to our studio and try it out. Even though I don't like the idea of getting hits. You may not know, Claudia is actually a boxer, so don't get into an argument. But give us a final thought before you go.
We should all go boxing. It's a really nice sport. It's not only about aggression, but it's actually about human connection with that.
Yeah.
And apart from that, thanks for this great format. I've invited you to one of my sessions, right, in Munich, and you were coming with this donut, and I loved it so much. People are still talking about it. So for everyone who's able to, I don't know, you can also bring the two to your place. And, I don't know. Yeah, thank you so much.
If you were going to invite us again, what would you like us to talk about? But, from this conversation, is there particular...
About transparency of AI systems, and about, for instance, the idea of humanoid robots and how they interact with individuals. And that's right what Margaret was looking at, of then I'm thinking about a humanoid robot of is that a real person? How do I speak to that person, to that thing?
I mean, we
and
don't
so
really
on.
have a protocol of how to deal with these kind of entities that we can talk to that are not human. We don't have that. We have. Maybe we can help. We can develop that a little.
And within the EU, they're now working on codes of practice of how to do it. Sorry, but that could be. Sorry, don't worry. You're taller than me, so I'll probably go for your body. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to hit you with a round of applause. Thank you. There was a point over here from you, Mike. Is it gone now? No. Okay. Yes.
Yes. So final thoughts. So your next boyfriend, girlfriend should probably be AI.
Why?
I don't know. You needed a protocol. You cannot learn it in a hard way. I mean, there is no other way to learn something.
Okay, so that's how you learn. Okay, right. Tiara, give us a final thought as well. And Maya, final thought from you as well.
I'm sorry, I cannot compete with that. Final
It's
thought
not a
of
competition,
AI.
it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration, so it's fine.
Everyone enjoy the rest of the festival. That's my final thought later.
Yeah. Give us a final thought. Yeah.
I'm work with the Black movement in Brazil, and for me, AI it's another form the killer the Black people in Brazil.
Okay.
The AI put the Black people in misery, and how take away your farms, the job. The actors and actors have been substituted for AI, and I'm not optimistic for AI.
You're pessimistic.
Yes, I'm pessimistic.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pessimistic.
It's more of the same, more colonialization, more oppression. Is that what it's doing, the AI? How is it actually, you're saying it's killing the Black people, how?
No AI killing the Black people. They state Black people all the time. For AI, it's another form
Another form of oppression.
Another form of oppression. Yes. And
come and join us.
Concentrate.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Concentrate the power in the same men's, in the same groups, in the.
Okay, so it's just. I mean, we were talking about tools and power and how the internet was developed by the military. It's just another tool, basically, another tool of power, I suppose you could say. Maybe. Okay. Yes. Laka.
So I think what you described, right? It's very rational fear that everybody or most of us actually have, right? But I would say it's not specific maybe to the Black people, right? This is the oppression that's applicable to everyone in general, right? So but there is a fear.
In Brazil, that's one example.
Yeah, okay. Maybe in context of Brazil. Okay. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
So I think there is definitely this fear that we have, right? That AI can take jobs, and I think to some extent it has started to do it.
Yeah.
So I can say it for myself, right? So I'm a software engineer, and I myself believed that maybe I would be the last ones to lose my jobs towards AI, right? Because there are simpler jobs that can easily be automated and so on. But just in the last 1.5 years, what I have seen is this is catastrophic. So now, I used to code, right? I don't need to code anymore. I just need to chat now, right? So I'm just chatting with Copilot the whole day, and it's coding for me, and I just need to basically, hey,
come and have a seat.
Foxy,
just for photos,
nice to meet
come
you.
and have a seat.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Yes.
I got your tail.
Okay. We know the Firefox Foxy doesn't say very much, but we still want the photo, definitely. And give us a nod as well, maybe. Yeah. Yes, okay, we got all the... Sorry, we have to stop this important chat about colonialism, oppression, to have the photo opportunity with Foxy. So there we are. Yes, and let's give some love.
Thank you.
To Foxy,
Yeah.
yes.
I think really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So I myself have witnessed exactly what you described.
You thought you'd be okay, but actually, you're actually getting pushed out by artificial intelligence.
I was kind of really mentally upset about the thing, right?
Yeah.
That because I just need to chat now, like just talk to this, this co-pilot, kind of agree on something, right? And then it can just generate the code. And it's just not a code for some basic, let's say, a hobby project, right? So we're talking about a commercial projects. We're talking about basically industrial applications, which can be tweaked like in a very right way by this these tools, right? And they seem to get it right. So it's working out.
Yeah.
But I think this is exactly what most of us are feeling right now. But at the same time, how I see it is that they will definitely take some jobs, right? They will displace some jobs, but then it is an opportunity where we see that the new jobs will be created.
Yeah.
So the humans would, honestly speaking, right, there are endless problems that we need to solve, right? There are plenty of problems. So I think if we think of them as collaborators, if we could work together with them, sure, we can delegate some work to them, but that doesn't mean that we cannot learn and start doing something else, right?
And so that's a very good point. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause, but I would like to ask you a little bit further. What is our relationship going to be with AI? Especially if we want jobs, we want work.
So how I see it personally, that AI is my companion, right? Because they are helping me. So my output has really increased. So if I see it like that, so there's one perspective which says that, hey, you know what, my job is taken because my work is now completely being done by AI and I cannot do anything. But another perspective is that AI can do part of my job now, what I used to do, what used to be my core job, right? That can be now done by the AI. Now I need to discover for myself what else can I do.
You can actually push things forward a little
I can
bit
multiply it, right? I mean, if you think about the impact, so I think it's going huge.
So that instead of one lookout, there's like
there are 10.
100.
There are 10, right? So I think as an organization, it doesn't really have to shrink. So if we are 100 people, it doesn't have to be 20, but I would rather see it like those 100 people making more and more impact, right?
Yeah. Okay. So actually, AI can massively increase your impact. It can take away jobs, but maybe there's new jobs to be gained. I mean, what about the people in Brazil? Will AI give them new jobs? Oh, new face. Sorry.
I want to create. I want to create content. I want to write. I want edit the video. I want create. No, we are create for me.
Yeah.
It's limited. My create.
Okay, so is that,
and for me. Work hard, work more, and don't have a time for analyze it and deep in the process.
Okay, so in a way, AI's. I'm going to sum that up. AI is squeezing you. It's squeezing you. It's limiting you. Hang on a second, because we've got a new face. Just get your name. What's your name?
Mahmoud. I work for Witness.
Yeah. Okay, so Mahmoud, we've got Martin, we've got Roberto, we've got Maya, we've got Laka, we've got Margot, and me, Mikey. And yes, Martin, you want to say that? I'll come to you in a second, Mahmoud. But
yeah, I just wanted to say again to give the other side. So AI is gonna get rid of some jobs, just like renewable energies are getting rid of people working in the mines, just like the Industrial Revolution did. It's definitely scary. I don't know about the racial aspect. I won't comment because I have no idea. And it sucks if it really affects. Another thing I wanted to say with AI is it could affect creativity, but I will say freedom is access to information, right? That's why the internet was so great. I like to see AI as also access to information, very easy digestible for people that maybe didn't have access before. Maybe people that are underrepresented. Now you can literally chat to a bot that will give you a very good answer, as long as the answers are not controlled or censored.
Can you trust that information that the bot gives you?
Well, exactly. So that is why open source is so important. Things like Mozilla, right? If we have LLMs that will improve, run on our devices, not be censored. I don't want to talk about DeepSeek, you know, but it could be Llama. I don't know. I don't care. It's just that they are not censored. They are not running on a cloud controlled by a private, supposed to be open and non-profit that now is not anymore. So I'm talking purely the technology. I think the technology provides access to information in a more digestible way, which ultimately is what freedom is all about, being informed.
So it is, we're back to the old idea of access to information, that information is the most important thing, and AI helps us with that.
Yeah, but here I just want to add on that, like, I appreciate like how AI is really giving access to so many communities now, and I understand that, but we have to look into also how this narrative of information is controlled and governed. Like, I think this is a very important thing, because like if people have the ability and the access to use AI and bots and ChatGPT and others to get some sort of information, there is actual hallucination happening from this bots or large language model, and this hallucination has been said from experts that it's not going anywhere soon. So now we have an access for information for marginalized communities, and this access of information is giving a specific narrative that it is likely also hallucinating. So this is access of information that now is giving to marginalized communities, or like, you know, this is a positive thing, the AI as we're claiming. But this is a problem, like all of this revolution in the AI is not controlled and is not monitored and is not governed in a way that actually benefits the marginalized communities. No, it is imposing specific narratives, it's imposing a specific knowledge, and this knowledge is not actually representatives of all the communities, and this is actually, we should look at that in a way that should be governed in a way that
can you govern a narrative? Can you control a narrative?
Yeah, then it's, if you govern it, then we're back to the original problem that you can, you know, sorry, I don't know if it was my only point is, I understand where you're coming from, but now we made the problem bigger because now it's governed. Okay, we need to govern it so that it doesn't hallucinate, or we control the information it provides. But I think that's precisely the problem. And let's not forget, LLMs don't really make up stuff. They feed from what you train them for, which is the knowledge on the internet theoretically.
Okay, hang on, we're going to come back to this, but I've got to bring the mic over to okay, yep.
I think it's a great point, right, that Mahmoud has made, but is it new, right? So this information that's presented to us in a certain manner, and which is ignoring certain communities, I think this is happening already for decades without AI. Just look at the Google search, right? So we search for something, right? We get some results out of millions or thousands of results, right? What are we presented? It depends on our location, right? Our preferences. So I think this has been happening, and it's definitely a very valid point. Like, it would be a great achievement if we can really do this, somehow govern it. But the question is, who's going to govern it, right? And do we trust them, right? The best would be that if individuals like us, communities, right, we can govern it. But practically, I think it's super hard.
Yeah. Okay, so really hard to govern, but I also want to ask this question about the narrative, because one thing is the information and the veracity of the information, but when you come to a narrative, it's a narrative. It's like, it's a bit more difficult to say this is the right or wrong. It's just different narratives, which tends to be, I think, the narrative of the, you know, of the big tech companies, or of the Californian narrative maybe, rather than the narrative of people from around the world.
This is exactly the problem that we should actually, when we're talking about AI, we should look into that, because we should have the understanding that this is a new internet that we're dealing with, and this is a new nature that we're going to deal with in the next few decades. And like when Google started as a search engine, we have an understanding of how this search engine operates, and when we use the specific words to get some specific information, we also have this knowledge of how this search engine is functioning. But now, do we actually, me and you now, and everyone at the table, do actually have a complete understanding of how this large language models are actually getting this information to interact with users? Do we have this knowledge? Is this knowledge made available for people? Or no? This is the question.
Even if it was made available, would it be understandable for people?
Okay, that's another point. But is there intention from these big tech companies who are managing the LLMs to make this information available, to tell us exactly how these models are working and the algorithm inside these models. I don't think there is intention from these big tech companies.
Definitely not. Okay. Yes.
Nah, the only comment will be it's very difficult to say this works this way when it's non-deterministic, the output, right? This is not A equals B, therefore output is C. So, but Llama, the Facebook's one, is open source. That's as much as you can get as how it works, right? Again, the problem is the input, not so much the algorithm that processes it, is as well, but the input is the information that comes in. The guardrails that you put could be a problem if you govern it, right? Because now, for example, OpenAI just announced they are not going to give information on medical advice, they are not going to give information on mental health, which I can understand, but at the same time, why are they deciding what is okay and what is not? And then what is going to be next? Is it going to be, I don't give you tax advice? And now we have a problem with people not being financially, don't get the knowledge that it's a big problem. A lot of people just have their money sitting in their bank, and inflation is eating it up, because in school we don't teach about economics, for example. I don't know, I'm making up topics.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the question that what you're saying really there, Martin, is that it's a value question that is difficult to really to agree on, or difficult to be objective or neutral about, and that's the issue really. What the details are could be it could be mental health, it could be law, right. It could be
in the more generic terms is if we are okay with guardrails, we have the problem that someone is putting those guardrails in. Someone with certain authority. Yeah. If we don't put any guardrails, it can come with certain risk, but then it's about just information.
Okay. Just pure information. Okay, Roberto.
No, it is interesting because it's a thing of liability. Just like happens during the industrial era, it's a thing. It's about the legal institutions, and liability has been a legal institution have to be reshaped during this nowadays things like job, like liability, mental, medical, or tax advising. So it is about liability. There will be a certain moment that we have to reshape and rethink and probably create new legal institutions accordingly to liability.
The measures that's taken from this big tech company is far from enough. Like when a user open an AI bot, and then like the AI bot says, oh, I can't give you the legal information, or I can't give you mental health information, yet the user is able to go further and ask the bot about whatever they want to ask. With this little disclaimer coming from the LLM is not enough at all. It is far from enough. This is the point. Like with all of this speed and pace of advancement in the technology, the measures introduced by this company is far from enough, and they need to be pushed to do more. Like when we have Sura by OpenAI, they did the video generation thing, and they just added the watermark. A few hours after, the internet was flooded with watermark removal for Sura specifically, and it was very easy to remove the watermark. And now, as the disclaimers that Sura did, that this is, we're saying that this video is AI generated, but then the watermark is easily removed by any user. So here is the thing: we understand this advancement of technology, but it has to come with actual measures to prevent people overusing them or manipulating it to fortify the truth, because the truth is going to disappear with this flooding of AI content generation. They must be pushed to do that, and these measures must be serious, not just little disclaimer or little watermark. They must be serious, and they must be taken seriously as the advancement of technology that they are pushing for.
Okay.
Yes, give me.
The emergent countries, it's out the technology solutions, and reproduce the races, the misogyny, the data for for example, in the China or Brazil, the data of healthy. The data of healthy in black women's Brazilian. Black people in Brazil. That preference for treatment the cancer
Yeah.
for the white people, that the cases with for more easy, and the black people the cases the cancer of hard. The give the preference for white people.
Okay,
the data. Yes.
So, I mean,
yes.
within the medical knowledge base, it's all about white people,
Yes.
treating white people cancer, and so it's giving advice for less than probably a white European rather than somebody that's of a different race.
Because
Yeah.
they created here
Yeah.
in Brazil the nomenclature Brazilians call the digital colonialism,
Yeah.
because it's out for solutions.
Yeah. Okay, so it's always prejudice. It's always kind of is giving the information. The reproducing the colonial pattern. Let's say. Yes, Margot.
No, there's so many things. I mean, like, I think there's digital colonialism. I mean, like, what would be like a good solution? Like, is it to be investing?
You've given your final thought.
You've given your final thought. That's fine.
Thank you.
One more.
Yeah, okay.
Keep it coming. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, how do you kind of? What's the first step to change those? Change this? Is it to get people of different races from different parts of the world involved in technology? Like, what that's number one. But secondly, I'm really concerned about what he was saying, which is also true. And he left his water bottle, so he will be back, Mahmoud. About the future, like what is going to happen to their truth. Truth in the future. Like, I'm really quite concerned, because like we're born now, we maybe remember some mildly historical events, we know the world before the internet, I think, all of us, or somewhat. But what about the current generation? If they're going to be growing up around just fake or kind of fabricated reality, it's going to be so hard for them. But is truth really that important? Is it about creating something new, living in post-truth somewhat? I don't know. I'm a bit worried, but maybe a young generation person won't be worried. I don't know.
Okay, that's definitely. Are we post-truth, as Margot says, Lakam?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a valid concern, right? It's because AI has abilities to write content, as you said, to generate videos, audios, right? To do everything. And the era has just begun, right? So it started to create that content, and now it will be digested, will go to different media forms, right? Different parts of the world. And then maybe 10, 20 years down the line, it is very hard to differentiate between what's real and what's fake. And I think that's why I totally agree, very valid to think about this. But I think the question at large is always the same, right? So, and this is super funny, because no matter how many problems we identify here today, in the end, it's about who's gonna do it, or who has the ability to do it. Is it the government? If one government does it, do we all trust them? Is it a corporation, right? We don't trust corporations, right? So I think it has to be decentralized. It has to come from the people, but they're, again, right? So we know Bitcoin, for example, right? Tried to create a decentralized currency. I mean, the concept is really good, but now we see like we are harming our nature. Those data centers are burning so much electricity, right? Those
just keeping it
enormously difficult problem solving. I mean, for what, right? For nothing. So I mean, it's also very hard to decentralize something in a way that it doesn't turn into a rebellion, right? So you want to give power to the people, but then governments won't like it, right? So I think it's a very difficult path.
But what I'm going to take from you, Laka, is this idea of doing rather than just sitting around trying to do something about it. Actually taking some kind of action and making it happen.
We need to think through this. I think this is the time, right? So at least we should think through about it. And perhaps technology, I think, will again be very, very important here, can play a significant role in enabling this.
Okay, that's definitely a round of applause for that.
I want to take that idea of decentralizing, and usually think about when the times of French Revolution that we had the third state, but nowadays we have the states, the major multicultural, multinational companies, and we have our own digital global the civilization or civil society in a global digital space. So decentralizing is a tool for us as a non-being part of the governments, states, or the companies, the huge companies, but that's what would help.
It's happening.
It happens already. It happens like happened at the end of the 18th century, and nowadays also we're realizing that these are tools for freedom. Also, but you're using the same tools that the big companies are using, because what's the cost if the big companies couldn't make the internet? So that's the cost. Right now we have Web3 and we have decentralized platforms like this, but we are dealing with the other two states. So we need each other to justify ourselves.
Okay, so it's each other here. Maybe it can start here. All we really need is each other. By accident almost, the big tech companies have given us the tools. The tools are around us. This infrastructure is there, so maybe, yes, it's just about doing it and using it. Are we optimistic like Roberto? And what kind of optimist are you?
I haven't heard the different kinds of optimistic.
Well, so far we've heard
very huge optimistic thought.
Okay,
then
you're a massive optimist.
Massive optimist.
So we've had reckless optimist, cautious optimist, curious optimist, and now massive optimist. So that's where we are. I feel like it's almost this is kind of coming to a natural end. So, but let's just maybe get a final thought, and then we're going to get some lunch. I think. Have you got a final thought for us?
No, I'm hope realist. I want to hope in the future. But
you're a hopeful pessimist.
Yes.
Okay.
But
All
I'm a realist.
Are you an optimist, pessimist?
Yeah, I want to be optimist, right? But to be very honest with you, it's a problem worth solving, but I think we have bigger problems now. I mean, look at the world right now. There are wars happening right now. There is no peace. People don't get food. There is no water, right?
Yeah.
And I think we don't even have time to think about this right now, because
so AI is not the biggest problem.
At least for me, like, I think if we really have resources to do something and we want to do something, the first thing, my wish would be to bring some peace right now in the world and to stabilize the economies. I mean,
how are we going to do that?
This is, I think, the problem. It's a big question, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the tariffs. There is so much economic disruption. I mean, all the businesses are suffering. People are losing jobs, right? I mean, it's about the basic security now, right? We don't feel secure for the jobs, for the food, for the water. I'm not even talking about, let's say, some weaker societies, but also in Europe, right? In Germany, I come from Germany right now, right? And it's a very unpredictable and uncertain situation, right? So the question is, what is the need of the time?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a very big answer. Any final thoughts? Final thoughts?
No, just maybe it's not. It's just something on the back of what you said. Yeah, we do have wars happening in the world and inequality and other bigger problems, but I do find that AI is just so enmeshed in the root cause of these problems, or maybe not root cause, but exacerbation of these problems, that we kind of do have to focus on AI somewhat, particularly when you look at how the wars are playing out in digital spaces as well. That's really, I'd like to focus on humanity, but if I'm just being bombarded, literally, well, semi-literally, by war images,
physically bombarded.
Yeah, no, well, I'm not, but some people are. Yeah,
informationally bombarded.
Yeah. I feel like, it's very hard to sift through the noise and find the humanity. So AI needs, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, a very good point, yes. So how do we find the humanity in all of this? I think that's something that everyone would agree with as well.
Sometimes I have a feeling that these wars are actually manifested to test the technological advancements, right? Because I mean, you're building so much stuff and you got to try it out. I mean, I know it sounds super weird and super bad, but I personally sometimes have a feeling, and that's why like she's super right, that somehow the root of these wars is still that unprecedented technological advancements that are uncontrolled or that are controlled in a way that only powerful countries or corporations have ability to do it, and the weaker ones are prevented to do it. So
yeah. Big, yeah. Okay, any final thought from you, Roberto?
Well, the final thought could be that even though we have... Bye.
Yeah.
No, bye. Thanks.
Yeah.
Final thought, that even though we have in the middle of this huge technologies and everyone thinks that they are powerful here, we are the power. We're probably not, we're exciting power.
Yeah.
And this is a great, this is very human being chatting like this.
This is our human power. Yes, it is.
Well, if you see, this is the more human relationship we had during all this situation and all this event.
Absolutely, that's a great final thought to end it on. Okay, so it's the 9th of November 2025. We are starting up the final session of Talkaoke here at MozFest 2025. If you want to come and say something, now is the time to come. Now is the time, yes. If you have got nothing to say, that's fine. This is a pop-up talk show where you decide what you want to talk about. And when I say you, I mean you, because you're the only person listening. Yes, this guy here. What are we going to talk about? No, it's okay, but what are we going to talk about? Yeah, come on, watch one.
Well, I don't know. What do you want me to talk about? I'm just a tourist.
Just a tourist?
No, I'm joking. No, I'm promoting open source for AI.
Open source for AI. Why open source for AI?
Just the best way to, own your data science.
Okay.
Being in control.
Come and have a seat. Come and talk about it. We've got over here. Tell us your name.
Beret Lamb.
Say again.
Beret.
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 Yeah. Mikey, what's your name?
I'm Xavier.
Xavier. Okay, that's a round of applause for both of you. Come and sit down. 2 minutes. Come on. We need you. What is this open source for AI? I don't understand what is going on about. Open source for AI, do you know what it means?
It means people who are involved in building AI and data sets that are visible, AI systems that are not a black box.
Okay,
I think.
You think? Okay, well that's the best explanation we've got to deal with. Don't make AI systems a black box. Are you going to answer?
No, I don't have an answer, but I just wonder, how do you make open source a bit more popular? Because obviously, is it about money? Is it about better online media presence? To get people on board with this cause, because obviously we know it's a good idea, but do people out there know?
Do people even know what? If I went out, despite the fact I can't speak Spanish, but if I met an English speaker and I said, guys, we've got this guy called Xavier who wants to open source for AI, what would their reaction be?
You know what? There's something important to know. Yeah. Like, most of the AI worldwide, it's based on open source. And nobody knows that.
Okay.
And like a lot of people, they take the open source and they make black boxes out of it.
Yeah.
And we are fighting that.
Okay, so if it's open source, doesn't it need to stay open source? Isn't that the point of open source?
Yeah, but the point with open source, it's open, so you do whatever you want with it.
Yeah. So if you're using open source stuff, is it right to then close? Do you know what we're talking about? No. Okay, someone's got to explain it to this person. Okay, let's have a round of applause.
In Spanish.
Okay. Right, so Xavier, you've got to explain this in Spanish to Adriana.
No chance in Spanish.
Okay. All right. Can someone explain?
English.
Yeah. Maybe this man can do it. Maybe come and sit down. What can you do this? Can you do this job? Can you explain?
What?
Do you know what open source is?
Open source. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Come on, we're on MozFest.
Should I speak it in English or in Spanish or?
Spanish. Yeah.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Ok. ¿Qué es la fuente o código abierto en español? Que A diferencia de las licencias, a diferencia de tener programas en los cuales tú pagas por la licencia, cualquiera puede contribuir a ellas y el programa se va auto preparando y se va auto ejecutando y va creciendo. La ventaja de la licencia abierta es que, como está a los ojos de todo el mundo, y aquí tenemos quien nos va a hablar de de licencias abiertas. Estamos explicando en español en qué consiste el open source. ¿Y el open source en qué consiste? La mejor manera para entenderlo es en contradicción o en contraposición a el programa licenciado. Es decir, que la propiedad del programa no se le atribuye a nadie en particular, sino que cualquier persona puede hacer uso de ella, mejorarlo y ponerlo a disposición de otras personas. Eso tiene varios efectos absolutamente provechosos para la comunidad. ¿No crees tú?
¿Entendió? ¿Entendió? Did you understand that?
You tell me, ¿entendiste?
Entendí.
You,
Okay,
it's like I eat in English.
Entendí.
Entiendo que es una colaboración, ¿sí? De varias personas para que avance, crezca. Sí, es un programa, pero que se alimenta de varias personas que permiten que vaya creciendo. ¿Será así?
Yeah, go on. Maybe it's time for me to jump out and this man with a matching orange jacket to jump in. All right, come on, let's have a big round of applause for Roberto. I'm going to jump out first. Oh, excuse me, Adrian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We're jumping here. Oh my God. Ahora, español, ¿estamos en español ahorita?
Pasamos en español.
No sé, ¿qué? ¿En español?
Let's switch into Spanish. Vamos a cambiar a español.
Ok, vale. Vamos a español un rato. A ver, el tema, la conversación sobre el open software, pues existe desde que prácticamente se creó la ingeniería de software moderna como los conocemos, el 60, 70, yo creo que 70 ya estaba avanzado, vamos a decir que los 60. Hay diferentes definiciones de lo que es open source, porque algo puede ser open source, de código abierto, algo puede ser free software, que también es distinto. Depende también mucho de las licencias, que ahorita vamos a venir, pero el punto es de que algo que es open source o de código abierto quiere decir de que, bueno, es público, cualquiera lo puede auditar, todo el mundo lo puede ver, puede revisarlo, pero además no necesariamente hay más personas colaborando. Puede ser una sola persona que creó su código y otras personas lo pueden utilizar y es público y auditable, pero no necesariamente hay más colaboradores. Generalmente los hay.
Dame un ejemplo de cuál es la plataforma como para, si yo quiero usarlo, podría usarlo ¿en qué? Porque no tengo ni idea,
A ver, estoy pensando en un ejemplo muy común o muy famoso. Google Chrome, el navegador que tú usas, y muchos otros navegadores, están la base del navegador, incluso también de Mozilla en algún punto, ya no, de Firefox, es Chromium. Chromium es el proyecto open source. Chromium es el proyecto open source del navegador. Se llama Chromium. Entonces, tú encima de Chromium, que es un proyecto open source, que se puede tomar el código y se pueden hacer cosas, pues puedes construir sobre eso y ahí ya viene el tema de la licencia, de qué puedes o qué no puedes hacer. ¿Y dónde se ve el código? Bueno, en plataformas como GitHub y cualquier lugar donde se pueda montar código.
Mira qué interesante. Really interesting. We have a final thoughts.
Oh, my final thought, certainly not the final thought.
About open source.
I think what she said about free software is not open source necessarily is really important, because there are a lot of things you can download for free, but it's not free. They say like if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. So they're selling our attention and our thoughts and our shopping habits and stuff, and open source like typically doesn't do that.
It's just like turkeys get free food.
Well, it happens like that. Well, it is interesting, y vamos a seguir en español, porque aquí estamos en español. ¿Quién habla español? Vente. Porque son temas interesantes. Para hablar de open source, para hablar de free, hay que hablar de la propiedad. Porque nada surge sin esa idea de propiedad. El propietario de algo puede hacer uso de él, venderlo o licenciarlo. ¿Qué pasa? Si entendemos la propiedad como que la mantengo yo puedo cobrar por eso o dártelo gratis, que es donde viene,
Ajá.
o crees que es gratis, o sea, que no pagas, pero estás entregando algo
A cambio. O hay ciertos términos para tú poder usar mi propiedad intelectual.
Claro, por eso es que para hablar de open source, digamos que en un nivel superior, tendríamos que hablar qué entendemos por el concepto de propiedad sobre creaciones digitales, entre ellas los programas. Sea un navegador, sea un procesador de texto, sea un procesador de una hoja de cálculo, etc. Tú vienes de un mundo tecnológico.
Sí.
Y aquí tenemos a Adriana, que viene de un mundo tradicional, que es el jurídico.
Tradicional.
¿Cómo le explicamos a Adriana, representa hoy aquí, sentada, a ese mundo tradicional de las leyes? ¿Qué entendemos por ese open source sobre ponerlo a disposición de la humanidad?
Bueno, y creo que ahí de nuevo viene un poquito el tema de las licencias, porque bueno, ahí sí podemos meternos en el tema legal. Pero el punto es que software y la creación y el código y las líneas de código que alguien crea y un programa que alguien crea a un nivel de source code o de código fuente, también son una propiedad o pueden ser la propiedad de alguien. Puede ser de una empresa, puede ser de una persona. Ahora, cuando... Please join.
¿En español?
En español. Irene.
English is fine, pero español también puede ser, ¿no?
Sí, estamos.
Bueno, entonces.
Seguimos. Entonces, cuando una persona, o sea, cuando una entidad decide crear, tiene un software y lo crea y lo publica y lo decide que sea de código abierto, allí es donde se decide, ok, bueno, ya esta propiedad intelectual no necesariamente es mía, sino es de la comunidad y es exactamente, y bueno, ahí vienen las diferentes licencias de Creative Commons, hay una licencia de MIT, entonces ahí viene la parte legal, ok, ¿qué puedo hacer yo con el código? En algunas licencias literalmente esto es, mira, eso es libre, eso lo agarra y tú puedes hacer lo que te dé la gana, tú puedes decir que es tuyo si quieres, tú lo puedes usarlo para generar dinero, tú lo puedes usar para lo que te dé la gana. Hay otras que no son necesariamente así, hay ciertas licencias, ciertas cosas que puedes hacer que restringes también. Hay incluso open source hasta cierto punto. Es código libre, ciertos features y otros no.
Mira, qué interesante porque tenemos a Valentina.
Adriana.
Mikey.
Marco.
Y
Irene.
Y tenemos a Irene. Irene, ¿viste de lo que estamos hablando aquí? Estamos hablando de la idea de open source, de software libre, gratis, propiedad. ¿Qué piensas tú de eso?
A ver, no soy especialista del tema, pero te diría que es algo que democratiza mucho el acceso a la información y a los recursos y en principio está muy bien. Cualquier persona puede aprender a hacer código. Entiendo que el tema de propiedad intelectual sea complicado, sobre todo cuando se pasa, por ejemplo, de algún código que, bueno, es especialmente poderoso o algo así, algo que permite de verdad de tener un impacto en la vida de otras personas.
Estamos hablando que tiene impacto en la vida de otras personas.
Claro.
Significa que pudiéramos hablar de que hay distintos tipos de aplicaciones o de contenido. Sí. Ejemplo, no es lo mismo una hoja de cálculo que un procesador de palabras. Claro. Pero inteligencia artificial ya es más complicado. Adriana, desde el punto de vista legal, ¿qué temas has tenido tú desde el punto de vista de los programas que usan las personas o no?
Bueno, legal, el CRM es como el depósito de la data que tiene mucha, no sé si se puede comparar, pero ahí considero, fíjate que tienen que colaborar ciertas personas para alimentar esa data y ahí te lleva como un orden y tiene un costo bastante elevado si tu empresa no invierte y no recibe la cantidad de pago, o sea, le queda grande a un principiante, por decirlo así, un emprendedor, pero es necesaria la herramienta. Entonces lo que ella dice, lo que dice Irene, no hay mucha democratización en este tipo de... Creo que estoy haciendo una comparación de lo que conozco.
No, es interesante porque la idea es unir distintas aproximaciones. No es lo mismo como lo ve un desarrollador que viene del mundo que quien lo viene del que utiliza la herramienta.
Claro, o sea, a ver, yo uso herramientas open source todos los días, y bueno, tú también las usas, solo que no lo sabes. Pero claro, yo las uso literalmente todos los días. Mi principal, mi sistema operativo es Linux, entonces yo todos los días uso herramientas open source. Entonces, por ejemplo, con el tema de CRM. CRM al final no es, CRM es un tipo de software. Un tipo de software, o sea, un CRM puede ser de cualquier empresa y también hay CRMs open source. Entonces, si tú eres una empresa que no tienes dinero de pagar millones de dólares a una empresa, hay CRMs open source que puedes montar tú. Claro, necesitas una experticia técnica, pero eso democratiza el open source de que, bueno, yo me agarro este programa que es free, open source y lo monto yo.
Aquí tenemos a Mikey. Mikey.
No, well, I can't say this, and I don't know how relevant it is to the conversation, but I've been hanging around with the open source people for 25 years, but I think it's changed now because before it was not just about the software, but about the principle of intellectual property, that we need a new way of understanding what the intellectual property is, and that it wasn't just about the licenses for software, but also about how culture was made as well. And I feel like that's kind of died now. Because, back then we were anti-copyright, we were anti the kind of the commodification of intellectual property, and our work as artists was more about providing a service or providing a skill rather than a product.
But this deals with understanding what property is. Because private property and intellectual property, it is a mean of property. What do you think in Spanish?
I can just say dinero.
Dinero. Bueno, mira.
Yeah. This is such a jump in. What is intellectual property? I really don't know. This is something I ponder a lot about. Like, what does it mean to actually? Well, yeah.
As an artist and as a designer, do you feel like it's the creativity you bring, or is it the thing that you make, that you sell, that's more important? What is the actual thing that you're living off of?
I live off of software engineering. But having said that, I don't know. It's like I really, for a very long time, I thought that I'm not an artist, even though I would have everything. Yeah, it's just I don't have any talent, and I'm just a hard worker that's inspired by art so much, and I just want to participate so badly. And that was pretty much my attitude towards art for such a long time. But now I'm well, even that, such a big need to participate in art is art in itself. So, isn't it? So I the intellectual. I think it's just the mix of things that we get to, that we have, and then we share it. I don't actually believe in ownership completely.
Interesting. ¿Qué piensas tú sobre la propiedad ownership? Don't we have to believe? Okay, wait. Mike. Sorry. Let's do the name so I can remember. Margot.
Valentina.
Irene.
Adriana.
Nina.
Mikey.
And
Mike.
We're talking about open source, ownership, intellectual property in this era of digital content and software. What do you think? And my name, Roberto.
I have a lot of feelings. And like, I was a module owner for Firefox, like I was the module owner for Firefox. Like I built the Firefox team from zero, so I have a lot of feelings about ownership. So like, when I look at it now, I'm like, it's still important, but I don't know if I feel like we lost why open source was good. Like I remember Red Hat's IPO. I feel old, but the idea that like open systems can exist and people can build businesses on things that they don't have to keep paying for forever, and that they can throw money at problems they want to have solved, right? Like, I don't know who has ever heard of Igalia. It's like a consultancy that specializes in browser stuff. They will build features for browsers. They don't work for the companies, but if you're like, I really want Firefox to support this technology, you can pay someone to build that technology and integrate it. But that was like how businesses built all this stuff. And like, I think especially with AI, like there's been this like, we got to keep it all inside the walls. And I don't know if we've done enough. And I was never the main open source standard guy, but I always look at the idea of like, this is good for everybody. This is a way to smartly spend money on technology that it will make the world a better place. And like AI is like the opposite of that. So it's kind of killing me.
Interesting. Coming from, okay. I was lost. We have Mike.
Marco. Valentina.
Irene.
Adriana.
Nina.
Mikey.
Roberto. And
Alejandra.
hola Alejandra. Entonces vamos a hablar español también. No, but we'll switch between English and Spanish. And can you understand Spanish? What other language?
English is fine.
No, but it's interesting because we can switch and practice our languages right now. Now, it is important. We're talking about software license, open source, but that takes us to the idea of what property is, what ownership is. I have a very, let's say, special idea of property, but at the same time, I would like to know what do you understand has a property and has an ownership during this era? Is it going to be the same during the industrial era or before that? I don't know.
You know what, Roberto, that's too tough a question to ask somebody that's just come in. You want to ask them more like, do you use
Firefox?
Firefox, or do you know, bring in the question, let people come into the conversation more.
Well, I might have an idea.
Okay.
So when I think of ownership or like property, that's to me a very interesting concept, because it's like, I come from a very spiritual standpoint of just like, we don't own anything. Nothing is actually ours. It's all borrowed for a moment in time. And so to feel this sense of proclamation over something, or to feel, even from like an egoic standpoint of feeling like I own this, this is mine, it's like nothing is yours. Everything has been given to you. Everything is a shared moment of an experience for the time while you're here. So to feel like you own something puts you in this kind of defensive standpoint of needing to protect, as opposed to just enjoying what you're able to experience for the time that you're here.
Share with others. And share with others.
We have a new face here.
I'm sorry, I have a pretty different point of view. I just come from a session about capitalism and utopia. And I think that in the capitalism system where we live right now, we tend to lose ownership of our work while working for big corporations and so on. So we had to fight, in a way, for have some credit for what we've been doing and for our work. So yeah, it's a very beautiful point of view, like from the spiritual standpoint you have. But I would place it in a utopia section, I would say.
You're talking about utopia, and I think that's a good approach into this. Is it utopian to talk about
the early open source community is very utopic.
I'm interested in this idea of like, Firefox back in the day, open source technology was to enable people to start up their businesses and just like do it without investing crazy money into some basic tools. And in a way, right now, it's also about getting people to turn their ideas into businesses. So what is the kind of, what's the problem? Like, what's the difference? What's the problem?
I mean, for me, as I was saying before, I think it's about an attitude. It's about the whole point of open source. It's not just that it belongs to no one, but that it's actually everyone can understand what it's doing if they understand the code. It's out there, it's public, it's transparent. And I think the problem with AI and AI developments is that even the people that run the systems don't properly know how it works. So it's kind of like we're losing that kind of understanding or that shared sense of values. So, I think it's good to have a utopian view where we all share everything, we don't properly own anything, but we're not really in that space right now.
Could we talk about utopian perspective and purpose in life or society? Probably that's the idea.
I mean, I don't work for Mozilla anymore, but I think a lot of what we succeeded at early on was making something that was easier, like that you could swap it in and have a better life. Like we got like heartbreaking, lovely, sweet emails or letters sometimes from people who were talking about how their life was better. Like they couldn't stop getting themselves hacked on the internet, but now like they could see pictures of their grandkids online because they could just use a browser that didn't screw them. And I think a lot of the utopian thing about the internet is that it could be open, it could be free. You could have agency over every interaction because your browser could protect you. And AI is like the opposite of that because everything is first party and like opaque. Like you can't do something like verifiable builds and know like the thing that you're using is really actually the code that people are looking at and that is safe. And it's like it's a huge loss because like you lose the ability to trust something, right? Whereas something that is like open and inspectable and like the hill I died on at Mozilla was Mozilla Social was like trying to make social like the web, right? Everything's on the feed, you can see what happened, you know what actions were taken, you can see who got blocked, you can see who did what, and it means everyone can trust the system. Everyone knows what's happening, right? And like every time you see a thing about Twitter, like, oh, they're amplifying far right stuff. Yes, but you proved it. Cool. Again, cool. But like, we can build systems that are human, that are trustable, and we can point out when something is wrong, and that's where the utopia gets lost.
Was this back to your question on purpose? I don't know if it's like under the umbrella of AI or what's the question exactly?
There's no actual question. It's
just like, what is the purpose of life?
Well, it could be the purpose of life.
Why not?
Yes, because we haven't seen it here, and a lot of people are saying that the purpose of internet is making us happy, and the AI it was like that. It's not.
Okay, so I'm an artist, and I want to say that to start with because my approach to life and everything that I work towards comes from this kind of philosophical standpoint of asking that question to myself all the time. And from the research that I've done and the things that I've learned about, this experience on Earth as human beings almost serves as like an interdimensional way station for light beings to cross over into different dimensions. And so when I think about what life is and what the purpose of this is to elevate our frequency to enter higher dimensions, whether that be internally or through physical experiences of reality. And so for me, the purpose is light and love. To find that within and share that with like around you and do your best to raise the collective consciousness so many others can get there too.
And has Nina.
Yeah, no, like it's I 100% agree, but that is also the biggest challenge, right? And like the biggest challenge of being a human is that you are constantly stuck in the mundane stuff of life. And then like even with having open source stuff and like making stuff, that's really amazing, but it can get really sometimes you have to pay bills, so you have to sacrifice your own reality for for survival. And I guess that is the biggest challenge of whenever we make stuff and whenever we are like you lose some and you win some, and with it you lose the idea of like I'm just gonna be fucking present the whole time, because.
And that was Nina talking, but we have here new faces. That was Nina,
Mikey,
Alejandra,
Mike,
Margot,
Adriana,
Irene,
and we have
Andres,
Valentina,
Cecil.
Cesar. Good. And I heard that you asked for, it's not a reply, but a reflection about it.
Sure. I think going back to software and open source, I and maybe personal one. I was in a day with a guy. It didn't work out, but the point is that I was doing this speech about how do I think that software is a form of art expression. I think he didn't get it. That's fine. But the point is, maybe I scare him away. But the point is that I do think that again, going back to software, and I think a lot of people who, especially in the early days of the internet, this open source community, people who build software for others, or even if it's for themselves, but there is a purpose to it. And I do believe that software, as a form of art, is a thing. Even if you're not doing something intrinsically artistic, I do believe that even writing good software can be beautiful in its own way. And again, it is also part of art.
It is interesting, this art software relationship. And I would like your final thoughts.
My final thoughts on everything?
Not?
Whatever you're thinking, whatever's in your head.
I think my final thoughts, and this is always kind of what I come back to, is like, despite what's going on in the world, just come back to your own being. Come back to your own perspective. Come back to your own power. Come back to your own space of love, and let that be your starting point. Because the world does such a good job at removing that from you and distracting you and manipulating your perspective so that you forget it. And so, yes, it comes with its challenges, and yes, there's difficulties here, but rise above it. That's the whole thing.
Great. Cecily is agreeing. What do you think?
I mean, I just joined, so I don't really know the full context, but I think what she said is true. You have to come back to your own being, and there will be a lot of things that distracts you. But you get to a certain degree of distraction, and then it gets a bit overwhelming, it gets frustrated, and you start reacting in ways that just disrupt your initial being, and then you have to just revert back to it. Like you got to just step away from things and then simplify yourself again, and then go back out there. So the technology has the potential to be good and bad. I think it's neutral in its existence, but it's how we use it. So it's up to us to correct those who are going down the wrong path and just challenge certain things and make it good for all of us to enjoy and live a better life.
So we could say that the purpose will be to go back to the basics of it. Do you think? And we have a good a new face over here. Hi, Roberto.
Cecil.
Valentina.
Andres.
Mike.
Margot.
Mikey.
Nina.
Anna.
And Lou.
Andrew.
Lou.
New. That's good. You realize what we're talking here. Do you think that? Okay, do you think that the new technologies and open source can bring us to the very basic of what we should be?
I missed the last bit of the conversation.
Don't worry. Let's.
Let's do a sum up, and then come with a question later to them.
Well, the sum up is that we're talking here about, and we have.
Me, I'm Alex.
Alex, and we have Alex here, so we can have probably Nina who can make a sum up here, or I can do it.
Up to you.
I'll do it. I'll do it. We begin talking about open source, property, ownership, and if all this should come to be basic in terms of being human, being related with each other without, probably a main commercial purpose, it could be. So your approach toward this idea of ownership and open source.
Yeah, I think there's many things that we could look at as being a basic human right. Like, so maybe if you were going along those lines, then I totally agree with that. And going even beyond just like whether it's open source or how it's sort of the foundation of it, but just the sort of ethos and values behind it.
I'll take this human right approach because it's really important. I'm doing it. Alex.
What's the question?
It's not a particular question. We're talking here openly about open source and what should be the meaning and the purpose of software, open source, and participation of all of us.
Roberto, what I would do, just let the conversation go. Give the new people time to come into the conversation.
I will.
Other people, like Andres hasn't said anything. Maybe go to Andres, been there for a while. Maybe ask Andres what he thinks about all of these questions.
Well, Andres has been here a while listening to what we're talking, and I believe, and he's in this kind of world. Andrew.
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is always remember why are we using technology or making technology. So much of it, sometimes we get so wrapped up on the technology for technology's sake, and then we lose the spirit of the humanity in our actions. Technology is something people do to either connect or work or do stuff, usually to or with other humans, and we shouldn't let ourselves be carried away on those ideas of technology for technology's sake, as if progress as an isolated concept is enough to justify things apart from humans. We should be always thinking about why are we doing things, how, and connecting to people.
That's a good point, and I think also as an artist, I mean, what Alejandra was saying, being an artist is a kind of a mindset, and whether you build software, use software, whatever, it's just that kind of explorative mindset, something that questions, status quo, big tech, or why do we have to do this in society? And I think I've got a lot of time for that, and I think that's the role of an artist. But maybe in the future, which is now, is the role of the people involved in technology. They are our rebellious force. They are the artists, who allow us to question society on a deeper level.
So I got a cynical take, which is, I wish more programmers were artists.
Oh.
I wish they were. I wish more programmers were artists who cared about the soul.
Yeah.
I don't work in a tech industry company, and I was interviewing somebody for that company, and they said, "Why don't you work in tech anymore?" I said, "Because I don't believe in it," and because of my current stance is that there's been a loss of the balance, right? Like, I mean, God, I feel old talking about this, but like there's not the counterculture feel of like developers. Like it's not, people aren't trying to make the world better. They're trying to get really rich, right? Like a couple of people who were very dear colleagues in the very early days of Firefox, like people who helped me, like 2003, 2005 type of stuff. They're working for OpenAI to build a browser that's just going to cement OpenAI. And I'm like, don't do that. But the money's big, and they're going to do it, and people are going to be corrupted by that. And I was laughed at FOSDEM thing when someone's like, money just corrupts everybody, so you guys are obviously corrupt. To like, this 2007 MoCo, and I'm like, no, we're fine. Maybe different now. But like, we haven't quite created the space. We haven't quite figured out how to create space for people to really do well, to really do good things that are intrinsically good, that make some money rather than that make the most possible money. And like Peter Rojas talked about this yesterday on stage about the trade-offs between like making money and building a product we believe in, and like who gets to build products they believe in? Not enough of us.
No, but I think some people, okay, maybe final thoughts from them, and then I'll jump in.
Andres, final thoughts.
Final thoughts before you leave.
We're hungry, but I fully agree with Mikey, and I think that's why we are in an NGO. I still work in a private company because I need to make money, but I can't leave the NGO because then I'm not happy.
Even if you don't see yourself as an artist, find ways of making things that mean to people when working, when doing technology, when developing things and projects and ideas and products, even if it's for commercial purposes. Find it as even if you don't see yourself as an artist, find the self-expression of your values and your mind and your creativity in what you do. and let not lose our soul to technology, but express it further. Thank you.
That's it. We have taught a lot of things here.
I just wanted to ask. So, is there anything? Do we think that cannot be bought with money? Like for real, not like human connection can't be bought with money. Like, don't give me bullshit. Like, is there something that we can really kind of say to people who are selling out, as you say, and say like, you're a mug because da 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 da, in a way that would convince them? I can't think of anything, but maybe.
So, and this is going to be my final thought as well, but like early Mozilla, there was a lot of people who left a lot of money on the table to be there, right? Like John Lilly, like an early CEO, he went to Greylock and made enough to retire. Mike Schroepfer went to Facebook and I'm pretty sure is a billionaire, right? Like, but these guys like took a break from their career to help, and like that went a little too far. But I think it's really hard, right? It's really hard to find a way to contribute in a way that is positive, that is like that the value, the choice is there to like make okay money, but make a difference. And right now, I don't see it anywhere.
Is it a natural exclusion of making money and do good?
No, but it is now. It's the instinct.
Don't go. Final thoughts.
My final thought is, if you didn't see the Peter Roja and some other people talking about VC, really perfectly explained like the consolidation of VC money into firms and the financialization and the loss of like what used to be VC. And I think so much of it is that everything is money now, right? Like whatever was cool about the Valley 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it's gone. And we have to find a way to enable it somewhere else, because it will never come back to the Valley.
Probably a general higher thing. Is it not a natural contradiction in making money and making good?
No.
At all?
I don't think that there is, and I think that if you're someone who's so worried about that, you could do a for-profit venture and you can just create a non-profit arm, sort of like Mozilla, right? Mozilla has revenue that it generates. It just happens to be a non-profit, right? So you could be a capitalist, you can live in a capitalistic society and just be non-profits. There's nothing contradictory between a non-profit and a capitalistic society. You just have to devote your resources to causes that you care about. VC used to do that in a straight for-profit sense. I agree that it doesn't so much anymore, but think about all the good things that Mozilla is supporting, and that's not necessarily, it's generating revenue, right? And it has to generate more revenue than it has cost.
And if you have revenues, probably you can share it with the people and create new products and new projects. Don't you think?
Well, I just want to talk about WhatsApp, because WhatsApp back in the day was a great platform, and then Meta wanted to buy it. Well, they weren't called Meta back then, I don't think. And then the guy that sold WhatsApp took all the money from WhatsApp to create Signal, which Signal was a great platform. But the problem is, and I will say this again, I wasn't on WhatsApp because I didn't want to be part of the thing, and I actually missed my uncle's funeral because they only put the information for it on WhatsApp. I mean, maybe this is a bit irrelevant to the conversation, I don't know, but I'm still getting off my chest. Because I was on Signal. So in the end, you just get sucked into this kind of, into the money-making scheme. You get sucked into it. You can't really be a separate part of it very easily unless everyone that you know is as well.
But I mean, I wonder, Mikey, whether, we have been talking about education on the show, and the fact that some people don't have equal access to information, and yeah, sure, Mozilla Foundation should be doing more to spread that knowledge, but we should be advocating in our personal life, at the very least, to our friends and our family members. Your family members probably put that information on WhatsApp because they didn't know any better. You do. So maybe, I don't mean to single you out, but maybe that's everybody's quest to make sure that your family and your nearest people are kind of honored. I've met some of them. Anyway, talking about utopia of making shit happen, but that's what I mean, because what the difference is. We are having these conversations about why open source is value driven, is an excellent idea, but the reality, we should be advocates for this, not complain, because you're right, we will be sucked in.
But do you have to be literate
Yeah, you have to be literate.
in tech?
100%. You have,
Your
honestly,
mom,
you
your
have
mom,
to.
your
You have to.
grandma.
You have to. It's every time. It's yes. You have to educate yourself. The moment you don't educate yourself, is the moment you stagnate. And I understand we don't have all equal access. And that's why you can't be well, everybody has to vibe code. But if you have access, you have to, because that's the only way to go. And I don't know. I'm just gonna say that even if you're doing non-for-profit and passion and then also work, and if you're eventually your health gives out. So it costs you every time, but I guess life costs anyway.
I will disagree that you need to be technologically literate, right? How much time in the day do my parents have? My parents are in their 60s to spend learning about the harms of tech. I think what we insiders need to do is make those things obvious to people who aren't as familiar. And when you have a full sense of the costs and the benefits, once you realize the costs are so high, we need to do. That's what the great part about journalism. Journalism tells us about the bad things. It focuses too much on the bad things, by the way. It needs to focus on the good things. Child mortality rates are decreasing year on year. We've never had higher literacy across humans. Fewer women will die in childbirth this year than ever in the past. Right? And these are things that you don't hear all the time. You hear about negative things. But there are times we need to hear about negative things, like using Facebook or using Meta, whatever those may be. And if they're not human to non-tech people, right? I always tell people, if I can't explain my job to my 5-year-old nephew, I'm doing a fucking lousy job of that.
It happens. I will like your opinion, because I'm going
I actually completely agree with you, but even when we're educating our family members, that's still, we are getting them a little bit more technical, and they don't need to know how to code, but they can know of it, and that's, you're already becoming a little bit more technical.
For instance, your kids, do they have to help you to go to email and make banks and connections?
Not my email, please. A grandmother, I'm not. Well, something platform. Come on. All right. Something platform, yes. Something programs, yes. But normally, no more.
We're talking here about if we have to be tech literate in order to survive this. But we have certain, let's say, ages, and we're dealing is it necessarily stronger necessary or not. And here you are. Oh, sorry. See, here we are.
Breaking things. I'm Alex.
Nina.
Mikey.
Margot.
Adriana.
Roberto and
Karina.
Do you have kids?
No.
And nephews?
Yes, and nieces.
And nieces, do they help you with
I am the most techie person in my entire family. And if we're talking about old women or people with grey hair not being good at tech, how much time do you have?
Great.
Yeah, no, I've young people or young men come up to me and explain stuff to me that I knew about before they were born. That's rather annoying.
Well, that's good. And
helpful.
But do you think that gap?
Is there a gap though?
Is it a gap?
My question is going to be, with the birth of ChatGPT, who's going to do the mansplaining? Because that's a job that's going to be completely redundant, because ChatGPT is going to do it for you. So what's going to happen to mansplaining?
Well, there's good news. I'm an editor and I don't use ChatGPT because I do my own writing. So I think maybe women can go and do the mansplaining now as well. Or the writers can do the mansplaining. Equalsplaining. Sorry, equalsplaining.
Well, equalsplaining, but certainly there are certain, let's say, path or ages that we don't understand. So we need someone who have been through the path to explain it to us. Do you need to explain to your parents what you do? For instance, what?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to think of the best example possible. Let's say you have a brilliant insight. Let's say that you have an amazing discovery. You need to explain it to someone. If other people can't understand it, right, it's the whole point of communication, then what's the value of it, right? Other people have to observe it. So I think I would have pushed back on this idea that you need to be technical to have to understand the harms and benefits of tech, right? The UX is all that most people need to know. They just need to interact with it, interface with it, and their experience is the sum of that. If they don't know the costs, then it's our job to explain costs.
So that means that we have to do our own research. We have to do our own programming. We have to do our own, let's say, experience exploring. So what about the open source and open sharing of information?
In the context of ages, or
of tech, because if I need to learn something, why should I go to someone who explain it, who have done it before?
Oh, that's a very difficult question, I think. Alex just turned it all into communication rather than technology. So it doesn't really matter what the tech is, but we have to, if you can explain it, they can use it. I really don't have a good answer to your question.
Well, it is tough. It is tough because here I'm learning from Mikey to deal with this conversation.
Yes, by the way, Roberto is a trainee Talkaoke host in the middle here. And he's done a brilliant job, and also he's got the ability to speak Spanish as well, which allows us to go into a different realm, and that's beautiful. So yeah, but sometimes it's hard to explain something. Like I find myself explaining things that I don't really understand myself, and that I think is actually at the heart of the mansplaining dilemma. That I feel like I have to explain it even if I don't understand it.
Oh, that is so interesting. That doesn't mean that people around you don't understand. I guess that's the core of mansplaining in general. It's like people just assume you don't understand something because you don't look like a specific stereotype. But that's like that 2D. I was listening to somebody on a podcast and they were saying we have these labels in our heads about how people have treated us before and who they are, and we are just like, our brain just labels it. This girl is mean, this guy is very friendly and blah blah blah, or smart. And then eventually, like when you meet new people, you just put that on them, and that's okay, that's fine. But you have to then immediately tell your brain that's old news, like that's a label. You now have to grow and be curious. I guess that's the point.
It is curiosity, and we have here new faces. But
hello, new face. I do find I'm getting a bit tired about tech, though. That every time it's something new, and every time we have to learn, every time we have to be enthusiastic about it. And yes, I do look at the TikTok film, but it's not for me. It's not for my brain. It just slowly dies, But I know, and I have to know it's there. But when do you stop?
We have here.
Well, I think it's all about, as you said, having curiosity. If you, just really loving humanity and loving people as they are, and for all of God created them to be, it creates the opportunity to really explore, like who is this person? What are the gifts that they were given? And yes, there's always something new. There's always something new happening. But I think that's creation, right? So there's always going to be a new tree. There's always a new plant. We can't tell a plant to stop growing. We can't tell seeds to stop germinating. There's always going to be some newness in life, and I think embracing that is what keeps things fresh, alive, and interesting.
Keeping fresh and alive, and keeps going.
Yeah. Are you okay there in the middle? Talking about keeping fresh. Are you doing okay? Yeah. No, I mean, are you feeling okay?
I'm asking. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Yes.
We have a new face here.
Yes. We got a new face. Yes. Oh.
Final thoughts. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Well, I think embracing all that life has to offer is really a testament to Jesus and what He's done for us in our lives to give us new life, so that we can see the life and so we can be freed to be all that we were created to be through God.
Great. It's about purpose.
Is it God's plan to have AI develop as fast as it is? Speaking as a Christian.
Well, I mean, I think possibly, because when God created Adam, He gave him dominion. He gave man dominion over the earth, not in the way to control it or destroy it, but to steward it, right? And so if we're seeing AI as a tool to help us in our production, and in a way that's responsible to the creation, to life and creation of the earth, then I think it is part of His will. Like it's just like when man created a tool to plow the field, it made it easier to harvest more corn so that we can feed more people.
Yes.
So it created more output.
The technology in order for a purpose.
Is it not a bit of a Tower of Babel kind of thing going on though with AI, that it's at some point in the biblical story, humans had too much hubris and they built this tower to reach God, and He knocked it down and He made everyone speak a different language. So that sounds to me a little bit like a kind of AI story, that we are trying to bridge this gap between all the different cultures, turn it into one thing. Are we climbing too high, would be my question.
For sure we're in a bridge, but let's resume our names. Final thoughts. Okay.
Babel fish.
People?
Babel fish.
You have to explain what that is, I think. Not everyone's seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the
No one is. God created Babel fish. It's a fish you put in your ear and it translates all the languages. So.
Have you Douglas Adams?
It's a book. Science fiction.
His trilogy of 4 books. No.
Sorry. See you around.
So I want to return to Margot's point here for a second, which is AI adoption being so quick, and then I'll turn to your related point, which is each new technology that we've ever experienced in humankind has been adopted by the whole of humanity faster and faster. So you bring up the plow. Okay, that took a long time for it to disseminate and go across human civilization. Then you have the printing press, skipping a mini tech, right? It went really fast. It changed civilization really quickly. The refrigerator was only invented 150 years ago, right? Pretty soon, everyone in the world pretty much has a fridge, right? Internet penetration, extremely quick, right? 60s with DARPA to today, right? Cell phone adoption. It's penetrating parts of the world that don't have internet access faster than before. AI is just the next thing, and I don't know that the next tech is going to come faster. Is that the automation of physical labor? I personally think so. I think we're going to hit barriers first on AI before we see physical labor automated pretty quickly. I think in the next 10 to 15 years. Anyway, second related point, and feel free to respond to that. Are we building a Tower of Babel where we're all going to have the same language? I do worry deeply about that with AI. I think recommendations like your Spotify suggested songs, I think we're all increasingly viewing the same thing. When Netflix or HBO says you should watch these shows, we're all watching and listening and consuming the same content. So it's up to us to have human experiences outside of tech. I'll return to what Andre said before. You gotta experience humanity. You gotta be a human. We build tech for humanity. You need to be a human, which means unplugging, experiencing the world around you, and grappling with the dark reality that is life. We're all gonna die, and my last thoughts are, I love my mom, and I hope you guys love your mothers.
Thank you. Interesting.
And just on that point of the Tower of Babel, I think it's really about with AI is when we're using AI, are we using that as the source of truth, or because we can pull all this information into AI and think, oh, it's spitting out this information. But then, the problem is that, AI doesn't really cite where it's coming from. And so, at the end of the day, it's important to just recognize that what the source of truth is. And I think in the Tower of Babel, it was mostly pride, because that story is a story about pride, where they thought they could be God or be like him by getting closer to him. And so if we are just conscious that we aren't God and our truth still comes from him, then we can avoid that problem. That's my last thought.
Good point. I would like Nina to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nina. So the tech, we have to be always.
Yeah, no, like I'll give you the last thoughts. I actually don't believe in one source of truth. I really don't. I feel like we all have our own little, I'm very millennial about this, but like we all have our own little perspectives on the world and how they interact. And like at the end, he said it best, we're all gonna die. This is it. Fuck it. Like, you have to try your best, and hopefully we do okay, because I feel like that's all we can do.
Well, this is La Gente Habla, Talkaoke. Bye, Nina. Irene, qué bueno tenerte aquí. Te fuiste sin las final thoughts.
Where were we at? Where
Final. Is it?
I mean, the internet is great, but be careful with the use.
Thanks.
Very general. I'm actually volunteering here, so I'm looking at
Me too.
I'm checking if people need some help.
Excelente.
I think there was a yoga session now.
But anyway, it's time for, maybe it's time for final thoughts for all of us.
Final thought for all of us? Well, we have to keep on trying.
Yeah, let's just get quick final thoughts and we'll start up with Margaret in the middle, final session.
Checking if
Yes.
All videos. I know, but no one will ever believe me as well.
Roberto, final thoughts?
Yeah, come on.
But wouldn't you be here in the middle? Okay, final thought.
Final thoughts, come on.
Come.
Give us a final thought.
I need to go to my shift.
Oh, well. Well, final thoughts. I would like your final thoughts, Margot, about this experience of helping another one to be in the middle like I do. Hi, how are you? Come.
I'm great. I'm with my mom and dad, so I'm just
Well, bring them here. Wait for them in here.
10 seconds.
One of the things.
Okay.
Yes. Tell me your name.
Tazine.
Cecine, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Great. Tell us, what do you think about this wonderful experience?
I think that this is so incredible. I've been following Mozilla. I'm a big fan. And I've attended MozFest digitally, but never in person. And so this feels incredibly special.
And what do you think about the unlearning process? Is it necessary to unlearn?
100%.
100%.
100% we need to unlearn.
Unlearn and relearn things.
Honor and relearn, yeah.
What do you take home?
What am I taking home? The connections.
Connection.
The people.
How many times have we realized about the connection?
Every second I feel like I'm meeting new people, so it's amazing.
Great.
Yeah.
Final thoughts or what do you think we should do the next Mozilla?
At the next Mozilla, I think that we should skip the stage panels and have more audience panels where the panelists are sitting in an audience, we're sitting in a circle around them, and we can have more of a Socratic seminar talk rather than people talking into an audience.
So it should be more like this format,
Yes.
but probably larger format.
Yes.
She's agreeing with that, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I have to go though. My parents, they're older and they're cranky. I gotta go.
Can I just want to ask very quickly, do they understand AI? Do they understand, one of the things we're talking about is, do we have a role to explain technology to our family, to older people, or do they know already?
I think that there are people that want to learn. My 90-year-old grandmother-in-law wants to learn. My parents don't give a fuck. They don't want to learn because they just want us to do it for them. And I think it depends on, we have to catalyze and understand that certain elders want to be involved, and let's involve them. But I also don't think that we need to pressure people that don't want to learn. Personally.
Great.
Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you.
We have the fundamental right to being not learning.
Dan.
Dan, welcome. So this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show where you guys decide on the subject at hand. So far, we don't have any subjects, but the harsh reality is, it is the end of MozFest. It's not the end.
I will be here until midnight.
Okay, so for some of us, it's not the end. What will you be doing up until midnight? And what happens after midnight? You turn into a pumpkin?
Well, I hope not. No, packing up.
Packing up?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, as this is the end of MozFest, the kind of official program, any thoughts, any views? Hello and welcome. Join us for the final thoughts on Mozilla Fest or MozFest. What's happened? Maybe nothing happened. Maybe this person was just walking around. But what's the word on the street, Dan? What's going on? What's the highlight for you?
This city, it's stunning. I love this venue.
Mm-hmm.
We've had over 1,500 people a day.
Wow.
It's been epic, you know. There you go. Good sound effect.
Okay, so at this point you can even have a go on the sound pad. But okay, so you're saying location, 1,500 people coming through the doors. I mean, how much does location actually... Come and join us. This is like the final summary of Mozilla Fest. Two seconds, and then we'll release you into the wild. How is the location? How do you rate the location? Complicated. Okay. What was the most complicated thing about it? Come and join us for literally 2 seconds. We are wrapping this up anyway, so what are you going to do? We're not going to be here till midnight. Dan will, but we won't. I won't, certainly. Anyway, my name is Margot. We've got Mikey, we've got Roberto, we've got Dan. And what is your name?
Hi, I'm Sophie.
Sophie, welcome. What's your name?
Nicolas.
Nicolas and?
Nazca.
Nicolas, Sophie, Dan, Roberto, Mikey, and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. This is a pop-up talk show where we talk about anything that you guys want to talk about. So far, subjects on the table include it's the end of MozFest, and location has been really great. But not for Sophie. It's been a little bit complicated. By the way, it was 1,500 people who came through the door of this festival. So we're just kind of getting final thoughts, impressions, reviews of the venue. Should it be back here next year? Sophie, you said complicated location. Do you want to elaborate?
The complication came a little bit from the geography, so you have to be mobile, you have to be able to go up and down stairs, up the hill. The wayfinding across the venues, there was signage, I got lost. So Pablo Español is a wonderful place in Barcelona because it gives you a taste of all of Spain with those little villages created. So for any visitor who's not been to the rest of Spain, it's a wonderful way of having a cheeky look at the rest of the country, but it is not Catalan. It's Spanish, and it's also a fun place, and we were blessed with gorgeous weather. So it made a bit of the wayfinding fun, that it was okay. The rain was on the schedule for today, by the way, so we got very lucky. I think the same experience in the rain would have been a little bit less fun.
You know what, you just made me think of like one of those like live event commentators later. The rain is, but this is really good. This is a really good point as well. The geography, the taste of Spain, the weather forecast run through. Really loved it, and we've been blessed with nice weather. What have you been blessed with during this festival? Let's go.
I just want to say blessed with nice people, because everyone at MozFest is nice. I'm almost, on Talkaoke, we like to have a diversity of people, and there's not been a diversity of people on the axis of niceness. Like, everyone's just been equally nice, which, yes, okay, you can say that's a good thing, but it doesn't. We need some skeptics, some curmudgeons. Where's the curmudgeons been here for this whole session?
I mean, first, starting off, what is a curmudgeon? I just don't know. Curmudgeon.
A curmudgeon is like somebody that's just grumpy and misanthropic about everything. Yeah, we want to talk to you as well. Anyway, it's been all nice people.
Okay, so there's diversity, but not diversity in attitude towards tech. You raised 3 fingers. Yeah, yeah.
Community participation guidelines.
What do you mean by that? What's your favorite?
It's what you all had to sign when you got tickets. So it doesn't say be nice, but it does say behave. People that can behave well, they tend to be nice.
Okay. I mean, what is your experience of the festival? Have you seen any people who are pretending to be nice, but actually are trying very hard, which was a little bit suspicious because maybe they were tech skeptics? Let's go.
Thank you. I love the venue. It's great. I was feeling very lucky to be here. I think what can be a very nice space for people to open up more is to have a space to talk about challenges. We are coming from different backgrounds, so if we gather, we talk about challenges, maybe it's a very nice way to approach how we collaborate to a specific point that is a challenge that we face. We are co-owners of technical organizations. We build software for impact, so it's very interesting for us to know more about what digitalization challenges people are facing, how they collaborate from bottom up, not from top down. So open governance, transparency, trust, alignment, all these topics are very into all of our sectors, no matter if it's tech or not. So talking more about challenges and opening a space where people can come share and they can introduce each other more to a specific topic that they struggle with.
Okay, so maybe some kind of like confession session or confession space where you kind of confess your challenges and then just see what, you just kind of make yourself a bit more vulnerable, but actually discuss out in open what are the challenges, and rather, is it kind of like a pitching session? What would you like? What would that look? Yeah, reverse pitching. So if you're kind of sitting on an angle now, is there a particular reason?
I want to get on. It's been a beautiful long day, very rich, and I'm focused on the unlearning.
Okay.
And the unlearning for me is not trying to make sense or take stock, but to hold back on that, and I will analyze later, and I will think about it later, and I will reach out later, and I will listen later, but right now I'm still taking in, and it's been a great, rich day.
Okay, so a rich day. What is your favorite challenge or challenge that you'd like to post in next year's MozFest? Light question.
Silence follows. Come for the niceness, stay for the unlearning, and experience what happens.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophie. Experience a nice afternoon of this Sunday in Barcelona. So thank you very much. So this is us. So what? Everyone's nice. Where are all the nasty people? Should they have their tent at MozFest? Should there be a challenge tent? You've not said anything yet. I mean, are you? How has it been for you, Maker? I can see your hand, but I'm really curious about people who haven't said much.
Well, basically, I didn't know what to say.
That's fine.
But yeah, first I will start with that. Then I would love to see how we can create an ecosystem of more the private sector with these kind of foundations, because, for example, we come from the private sector, and for us it was not that clear how we could collaborate with Mozilla Foundation. So we didn't find the proper instructions to say, okay, if you are this kind or representing this kind of sector or this kind of companies, we are cooperatives, so we like technology with impact. So next time I would love to have a space where we can talk about these kind of things and to be more clear how to present these kind of ideas to someone in order to keep fostering these kind of ecosystems.
Okay.
And I want the thing.
Yeah, press the
Thank you.
button, Mikey. Okay, no worries at all. Okay, welcome. Before I summarize what you said, welcome to Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show where everybody has a go on the mic. They can sometimes listen, but often, even when they listen and they're quiet, they always have something to contribute. This is how it is. So we've got Dan, we've got Roberto, we've got Mikey, we've got Nesca, we've got Nicolas. There you go. Just making up names. I'm Margot. What's your name?
Daryl.
Daryl, welcome. So far we've been talking about highlights of Talkaoke for me, but because that's where I've been all festival long. But what would make the festival better next time? What have been the highlights for people? Where are all the nasty people? Is the festival a bit too nice? Everybody agreeing with each other? Are there spaces enough for smaller foundation coming from commercial background or something like this, connecting with foundations to amplify their impact? You know, could it be a bit clearer for everybody? And Barcelona is a nice city. These are kind of more or less highlights, Daryl. Mikey?
I just like the idea of an unpitch or like a sort of anti-pitch, an anti-pitch where you...
Don't be a pitch.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Where you kind of talk about, rather than trying to sell something, you're kind of doing the opposite. You're talking about all the problems that you've got in your business or in your idea, rather than like, oh, yes, and you think, you know, like the chat GPT always says, and here's the kicker. It's not like we've got the solution. It's almost like you're pitching half an idea with more problems that people just can then come in and they can pitch in on how to solve the problems, rather than you going, yes, I've got this amazing idea.
Okay, so should it be more like and welcome to a new face, returning face? Give us your name.
Nina.
Nina, welcome. We've got Nico, we've got Nesca, we've got Mikey, and Daryl, and Roberto, and Dan, and Marga, and this is still Talkaoke. Daryl. What did I say, Darren? Daryl. Okay, so you're talking about maybe reversing the idea of a pitch. So maybe it could be just like some kind of a session at the future MozFest where people kind of present their problems, and maybe it's like an ongoing pitch. So you leave it on this problem, you pick it up on how to resolve that problem. I don't know, is there like some kind of, I don't know. What do you think, Dan? Does that make any sense to you? What, you know?
Yeah, I think it does. Like almost like a hackathon.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
where so gluing your two ideas together, you hear about challenges, you'd hear about solutions coming out of private sector and others, and then you put everyone in the same space, but you keep it nice and open plan, and you allow them to facilitate sessions of their own making. You know, just come along and join in. We're going to try and hack something together and see if we can like get to a prototype or an answer by the end of the weekend.
Okay, so kind of like a pressure cooker kind of hackathon. Is that something would that work?
Could be, yeah.
I mean, and also I'm just interested in the impact work. What kind of impact do you want to see? What does it actually mean?
To build a bridge of people who can collaborate closely together and to create a space where this bridge can happen organically.
Okay, give me a context. Give me an example when that really worked for you guys.
Yes, for example, how Mozilla is collaborating with other like-minded organizations. What are the challenges Mozilla face right now in terms of innovation and digitalization, let's say, what we can put on the table and how we bridge those two things.
Okay, so it's something about transparency. Just tell us your problems, just be open about them. Even if you are Mozilla Foundation, bring smaller players to maybe help.
Yeah, exactly. I think that also this thing related to being more open, you know, like because in our case, for example, if we want to collaborate with Mozilla Foundation, we don't know how to do it. We have great engineers, we have people that are willing to work in like impactful projects, but then we end up working for Silicon Valley's project, you know, that they don't have impact because we need to pay the bills. So I think that if Mozilla could like help us in a way, help this issue and be more open, at least to start the conversation so we can start growing this ecosystem of companies that are willing to work in these impactful projects.
So, I mean, this is really interesting. I'll come to you, Nina, as well, so hold on to your point. So it's almost saying, you know, everybody wants to create impact, and we have heard on Talkaoke Table throughout the last 2-3 days that people sometimes have to compromise, have to do their jobs, work for the Silicon Valley, but they really want their values to be center of their work. So maybe what Mozilla needs to do is some kind of like a fast track for people who want to get out of this awful, you know, kind of soul-destroying, I don't know, path. You want to create more impact, and here's a path that you can follow. Daryl, did you have something to add? I'm going to come to Nina and then straight to you.
Oh, like I completely forgot my point.
No,
but
worries.
I think
it's not a test. It's fine.
Nah, I think I remember. I think like it just inspired me to think like, oh, it actually is all about. It's funny because it's all about who you know, and when you're in the right circle, suddenly everything is so easy, and you're like, oh my God, like if I only knew what I know now, wouldn't my life be so much easier? But it's also like what I have learned through my life is just putting yourself out there and like pushing and pushing, and eventually you maybe meet the right person who can help, hopefully.
Okay, so be open-minded. You may or might not meet the right person, but also, is it, in the end of the day, even in the world of impact, is it about who you know? Is this the sad truth that we all have to admit? Darren, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm like traveling and going to different countries and cities and things like that. Often we meet in places like this, and there's no connectivity for the people who actually live in those places. And I'm from Chicago, so people travel all around the world to go to conferences and things like that, and oftentimes the local people have no insight, no input. So I think even including some level of doorbell, to welcome the people who are local to have some type of say-so in some of their issues, and then we solve those issues before a conference like this is over. I think that would be very impactful, which is aside from all of our ideologies and theories and all of those things like that.
Okay, so maybe apply your ideology into something that's real, tangible, place located. What would impact for Barcelona look like? Right? That's what you're saying.
I mean, we're always doing this Talkaoke in places where it's kind of closed and it's a conference or it's a festival. And they're always saying, you know, we need to do this for the people, but they're not talking to the people. You know, like we do the Genomics Festival and they're always talking about what is the impact on patients, on people, but there's no ordinary people there. It's all just scientists. So for me, that's something I feel every time we do the Talkaoke. It's like, just because the people have not got expert perspectives, they've still got perspectives that are really valuable, and we need to bring them into the conversation. And you know, even here in Barcelona, I kind of wish we were more on a street level, so we could just bring people from the street. And you know, a lot of it we've been saying, oh, people on the street need to know more about AI. What do they think about AI? We don't know because we're up here in Popular Español.
Okay, so how about the human community voice in these conversations? But what about the big people's voice? You know, how do they? You know, should there be different types of Mozilla Fests that connect people on the ground and organizations like yours with the bigger picture? Maybe some people can come and join us here at the table. But you doing your final thoughts, right? Because you have to go. What are your final thoughts? What do you think about doing? I don't know, doing Mozilla Fest out on the street. Would that help your quest, or no? You need to be doing it in Silicon Valley or where, or the opposite? I don't know.
I think that as long as there's joy and love and people can connect on any kind of topics, that's already a win.
Mm-hmm. How do you make that happen then?
More information, visibility that this is not a big unreachable event and organization that we are afraid to talk with, but more like this is for people, made from people, and it's for everyone for the main purpose to share this joy and love.
Okay, for the people, by the people, keep love at the heart of it. Any final thoughts, Nico?
No, I think one of the things I was surprised, maybe kind of silly from my part, is like I come from Argentina, I speak Spanish, and I came here to Spain, and I thought they were going to talk to me in Spanish, and everything will be more like Spanish speaking, and suddenly yes, if I didn't know to speak in English, this would be would have been a huge barrier for me. So and at the same time, like if your opportunity here is having 5 minutes to say a clear thought in English and everyone is looking at you, is quite difficult to us. So we are running disadvantage. You know, so for me, this is an issue that needs to be solved, putting technology to serve people, and maybe as we are in this MozFest Festival, this could be tackled with technology, right? Not to have these kind of barriers, but I don't want to be like negative. I'm really happy about this. I see the effort, and I'm just saying this to improve in your editions of this. So nothing, I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for giving us the mic to talk.
Listen, it's my absolute pleasure, and also you will not believe this, but Roberto here, he was in the middle of this Talkaoke table doing it in Spanish. And this is actually one of the things that we want to get going on.
No, it is really interesting porque I'm going to switch into Spanish now.
Do it.
Porque nosotros nos conocemos, we met digitally 6 years ago, and I told them, les dije para poder llevar esto a un formato en español para nuestras comunidades, y así como esto se llama The People Speak, en español sería La Gente Habla, y la idea es llevarlo a todas las comunidades que hablan español, en Argentina, en Colombia, en Venezuela, no solamente en nuestros países, en ciudades donde se habla mucho español, porque creo que es necesario divulgar. It is necessary to take all these insights in Spanish. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, wait. So yes, I would just say yes.
I just wanted to brag because I understood everything you said.
Come on,
everything.
Duolingo is big.
Yeah.
Was it
yeah.
Duolingo?
It was a little bit of Duolingo. It was a little bit of my obsession with Spanish soap operas and Mexican soap operas and just
there you go.
I was just that's all. But also, like, I do think that technology is helping us a lot with bridging that barrier, specifically about language, because I see my parents using ChatGPT and they speak Bosnian, and it's been really cool to, like, they have access to information that they wouldn't because they are not bothered, they don't want to learn English, which is, it's great that they have something.
Okay, and also we've got an international festival here, but how international is it if it's all in English? That's the kind of the basic question. And could it be even more inclusive and kind of foreground local businesses or great initiatives like yours? Come on, James, this is the final thoughts around. This is the graveyard shift. There's nothing else. After this session, there's nothing else from us today. Thank you. What's the name of your company? Please tell us. Shout it out.
It's Patio. It's the community that we're building. It's called Patio.
Patio, where do we find you?
Everywhere.
Patio.com.
Patio.com.
Yes.
Okay, patio.com. Look these guys up and pick up one of our cards as well. Stay in touch because we always train people up in different languages and different accents. I think if we went to Chicago, I could actually try my Polish. Because I think there's a very big Polish city there. What do you think about this, Daryl, about this idea of, maybe using different languages, and what kind of conferences you go? Give us a final thought, Dan, before we go.
The challenges bit, in advance of this event, Mozilla talks to Barcelona, that's why the mayor gave a talk here. So maybe if we get some of the local challenges that they talked about and then try and work on them through the weekend, right? Like you were saying, Daryl, about involve the local community. If an outcome could be that Mozilla leaves behind something like a legacy in this location that we've had the festival at, then, why not?
Okay, so leave something behind, build something, start Mozilla, run Mozilla 24/7, 12 months a year, and then do a hackathon over the weekend, and jobs are done. Okay, there you go. I'll come to you, Daryl, and then to you, Mikey. How does that sound to you?
Which one?
Who knows? You can answer any question, any thought. This is
one thing about Talkaoke, just answer
whatever question.
No, so I think that the impact that's left is always going to be important. I think there's a bunch of conferences that happen around the world, and they come, they go, people pay, and then they have a good time around the city, but the people don't really benefit. So I think if everyone has a diverse input, whether it's language, whether it's culture, and, you can kind of see yourself in these spaces. Like, I traveled from, the U.S., from Chicago to come to Barcelona for the first time. I have no connections to Barcelona, right? So my whole goal of coming is to just kind of see what is on the ground, interact with people from different backgrounds, and not just be so immersed in what's normal and, usual for myself. So I think, even me bringing a piece of my culture or bringing students here to just kind of interact and just kind of see, like, hey, studying abroad couldn't be so bad, right? Just the exposure alone could help and really be impactful.
Can I ask you, what is your impression of Barcelona, this festival, and the kind of themes that people are talking about? What will you be bringing to Chicago, but also other places that you travel to?
Yeah, Barcelona is still growing on me. I think I never bring another country or city into the new country or city that I come into because I feel like that's not authentic. But I think so far, just the culture and the nostalgic feeling of Barcelona is really cool. So yeah, and then I also with the Mozilla Fest, I think that is a very diverse group of amazing people that they're bringing together. Like randomly, like I didn't plan anything out or go to any sessions of like this is where I'm gonna go. I'm like the people who I connected to. If they did a session, I went to their session. If there was some alignment, I kind of followed through with that. So I think, yeah, that's kind of the lane of being able to just kind of flow, but also like trust the energy that's in the room. Because when you plan too much, you kind of kill the actual organic, feel. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really brilliant point. It's kind of going with the flow, and not just ticking boxes on different sessions. Is the experience, the people, the energy, and yeah, just presence. Yes, Mikey.
I mean, I love that idea of kind of giving something to Barcelona if we're all coming here, and as you said, I'm really picking up on what you're saying. You're bringing this diverse group of like really thinking creative people into a city. They can have a massive impact. They don't have to just rent a space and use it as a shell. They could actually leave something behind, and it could be part of the festival easily. Identify some of the local problems that could be solved with technology or with the skills that people have got, and actually let's use the brain power to actually leave something behind.
But I mean, can I ask everybody around the table, because I understand that nobody here is actually from Barcelona, are they? No. Okay, so where you guys live, if MozFest was to go in 1 year, what would be the kind of local problems? Come and join us, Talkaoke. This is a final stretch, final few minutes. What problems would you like to have Mozilla Fest solve for you in a place where you live? I mean, if we were to come in and do MozFest, really integrated with the locals, with the local issues, obviously there's access to knowledge, resources, publicity, the energy in the room, all these possibilities. What would be the things that you would like to see being tackled where you are?
I mean, I think that's a tough question, but I think I like to put the power back into the hands of the people, right? So even when I do like my workshops with my tech startup Signature Vibes, like working with youth and seniors, I always ask people what are they passionate about, right? And the number one question is like, if I gave you $1 million and you got paid every day, like what is something that you would continue to...
Sorry, 1 second.
No,
batteries over there, Mikey, under that screen. We've been going all day, so...
No, it's okay, it's okay.
But Karen, I think this...
Oh, it's still on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think that, my question to anyone is always like, if I paid you $1 million a day to do something that you were passionate about and you could never quit, like what would that thing be? I think that when you survey people, you force them to think about something that they're passionate about, even if they're not, they don't identify that.
What are people saying in Chicago though?
I mean, like to my point, like it's no one answer, right? So I think that you can be from the south side of Chicago, where I'm from, and people may not even have a connection to Mozilla. They may not have a connection to technology. They may not have a connection to what's really available to them. So it wouldn't be something that the conference would even focus on. Right, so I think being able to survey the people ahead of time and maybe put out a survey online and have local ambassadors kind of go through neighborhoods, and then the MozFest comes through and they're able to kind of connect with the issues, and we're back.
There we go. More amplification.
Yes. So I think doing that survey is very important, because I can tell you what the people in Chicago could benefit from, but I think the local people will be able to tell you even more, and it will give you a diverse of a very wide range of answers that would allow for you to be able to problem solve. In most cases, it could be investment. In other cases, it could be technology. In other cases, it could be exposure, like being able to allow for a group of students or teachers to annually, quarterly travel to these different places where their partners are. Because I believe that if you're a teacher or if you're in the world right now and you're not traveling, then you're not growing. If I'm a teacher and I'm just standing still and I'm just looking at things online and I'm just studying theory, like I can't teach you anything about life talking about theory. So I think that just that alone, if I just look at Mozilla's like partners and say, hey, can we get our teachers, students, or just very passionate locals to be able to experience one of your Mozilla festivals or things like that, that would be very valuable. So then they can come back and actually think about things that they saw or people they interacted with, and then
immersed in the experience.
Exactly.
And that's a
Exactly.
learning in itself.
Exactly.
Well, okay, so that's really amazing. So that's Daryl's point of view, and yeah, maybe the work is a staged approach. It kind of it starts. Yeah, it's not one day.
Yeah, I don't think it's a one-dimensional answer. Like, I think we're all so complex. Like, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I lived in Little Rock. I've traveled, to Bali, Dubai, South Africa this year, Singapore, all of these places. I'm not, I can't give you an answer for the local people who haven't traveled anywhere in particular, right? So I think really trusting that everyone's experience continues to evolve and kind of keeping up with that, with the evolution of that, I think kind of helps you to kind of provide something that they can even own. Like, it's all about being able to lead people with something that they can own.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much, Daryl, and welcome to new face around the table. I'm Margot. What's your name?
Arbin.
Arbin, welcome. With Evan. Evan, we've got Mikey, we've got Daryl, we've got Roberto, we've got Nina, and this is our final call for the Talkaoke chat. We have been talking about what would Mozilla look like if it was a bit more integrated with the local people. Could Mozilla kind of, Mozilla could start before November? Could it be running all year long, asking what problems people have, use the resources of the festival to solve local problems? You're saying from a Chicago point of view, but actually a global point of view, really, because you travel a lot. It's just about finding out multiplicity of answers, because there probably won't be one answer, one type of challenge wherever we go. So right now we're just going around the table and seeing where people are from, where they're living, maybe not where they're from, where you're living, what is the local problem. If Mozilla was to come to your city, what would you do? What would that look like? Mikey, you want to do that, and then I'll come to the...
No, I mean, I think it would be good, even if there was a specific problem that we could get our heads around, as an example, I think it would be really useful just to sort of like work out how that would work. Like, I mean, I'm from East London. There's so many problems. We've got some problems of like disparities of wealth in London, especially where we are in East London. It's right next to the financial centre, but it's actually a place where there's a lot of British Bengali people that don't have a lot of money, and they're kind of isolated from that financial flow quite often. Some of them work in a bank, but most of them are not working and benefiting from that financial flow. And then there's a lot of social problems. They've also got health problems there. Any one of those, I think, could be something that you could actually put minds towards, and I do agree with Daryl. You would ask that community, okay, what's the big problem you want to solve? I mean, because we're embedded in the community, we know what those problems are. But maybe it would be useful to chew on a particular problem from somebody. I mean, the other point as well that Daryl made, that there's people from around the world. It's almost like in MozFest, like Pueblo Español is like a tour of Spain. This is a tour of the world, because we've got people from all around the world. Are we really getting the maximum juice out of that? Because, we've had on this table, we've had people from Nigeria, we've had people from South Africa, we've had people from Cameroon, we've had people from Philippines, the entire of Latin America, most of Europe. Are we getting the juice out of that, the real diversity?
Okay, should the MozFest be more of a juicer for all the talent and cultures and of the world? Is this a juicer? Should there be a massive juicer, a juice maker? Anyway, so again, no answers to my question. Love it, love it, love it. What are the problems in the area where you live that you think the MozFest could solve?
What would be really interesting? So I live in Perth, and so it's Western Australia. It's Australia. And Western Australia is really dedicated, even the government, to actually helping the communities and empowering communities, all kinds of communities. And it's very lovely to see. But there's one problem that Western Australia is not willing to tackle at all. Maybe they tackle it a little bit enough. No, we're not going to touch it. And it is. So it would be really interesting to see somebody completely independent come and try to solve it, not even solve it, to tackle it a little bit. It's actually, so Western Australia is a mining state, and there's a lot of big mining companies that just mine the planet Earth, and they just they're ruining the planet with it, and the corals are being ruined, and animals are being affected, and obviously the cultural impact is massive as well, because we have First Nations who's there is a lot of meaning in the land that they are just ruining, and this is just something that Western Australia is not really willing to tackle. They throw some money at it, just a little bit, because at the end of the day, that is the money pond. So if they are really stressed, if we take that away,
Yeah, okay. Okay, so should the businesses in Western Australia where you live, should they mind their own business? Somebody give me something here for that. Okay, but this is interesting. Can MozFest actually do something on a deeper level? Just go into this mining. Can we go under? Into the root cause of the issue. Are we ready? Is the world ready? Are the hosting cities ready to have the entire structure overturned for the benefit of humanity? Discuss, Mikey. I will come to you, but thank you so much, Nina. So there's real business in Western Australia. This is final thoughts. How has it been?
It's been amazing. I think it's a beautiful city.
Okay, what's your favorite session?
404 patriarchy not found.
Patriarchy?
Sorry?
What did you say? Patriarchy?
Patriarchy not found. It was really enlightening. Yeah, it was really interesting.
Okay, keep it cryptic, but sounds good. Sounds good. Listen, have a lovely time in Barcelona, whatever's left of it, and thank you for sticking around on Talkaoke in previous times. But yes, so where do we want to take this? So what are the challenges now from East London, Chicago, Perth, West Australia? Yeah, come on.
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to say apology for you, because I'm from Taiwan and we make chips. We use all the materials mining from your country. 90% of the chips are using those materials produced in my country, so probably.
Representative.
Yeah, probably the first world representative here. Yeah. There are so many big problems in all of our country. We all have different problems. Like in Taiwan, the biggest problem for now is that the internet there depends on 24, 25 submarine cables, and some of them are broken. And imagine that if the half of them are broken, we will run out of internet. So if we don't have internet, then Mozilla is useless there. Yeah. So but that's too big. I would like to maybe think about a small for example, 10 years ago, Mozilla has doing some of the events like MozCamp to do training on different cities that much smaller than this one, event for maybe 50, 100 people, volunteers, the students there, and train their leadership's ability, train their organizations, community planning, and all those abilities. That is much smaller, but in more cities, I know many of the students there has been growing a lot of abilities, and now many of them are working in different organizations or companies or projects, or they even set up the organizations just similar to Mozilla, just like Mozilla in our own country, in their own regions. So that's probably that Mozilla can do more, more smaller MozFest in different cities, different continents, and then maybe we can. Maybe that can be a reason for us to visit more place, like your country or your country. I like to visit
but
it.
try not to mine any other.
Yeah, probably not. We can recycle, just recycle.
Don't take stuff out. Okay, so maybe MozFest, redefining what MozFest could be. Could it be a bunch of smaller events in smaller places? And actually, should it be going back into this idea of training people up, training in leadership? Nina, I can see that you're going because you're making it very obvious right now. But it's fine because we're finishing anyway. We've got some people there from the cheap seats. Anonymous, come and tell us how has it been. Yeah, maybe you don't want to discuss that. It's no, please. I've got nothing to say. I just want to go home now and sleep. Let's get some final final thoughts from you, Nina. Could be about anything. Anything. Don't hold back. Final thoughts, people.
It was just really lovely what you guys are doing. I really, really appreciate it. I came here and I really wanted to talk to as many people as I could, and this was this was so beautiful. Like I got to meet so many people on a personal level just by listening to their opinions, which is lovely. So thank you.
That's amazing. Listen, we can come back to Australia. We have been to Australia, but Perth we've not been to. Bosnia we've not been to. No. We'll go anywhere and everywhere, wherever there are people. But thank you so much for sticking around at the Talkaoke table for 3 days. Amazing. Thank you. See you anon. Take care, Nina. Final thoughts. Roberto, yeah?
Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Learning, and learning. And what's better learning than sharing with people that you don't know, and having another perspective, another dimension of things that you thought they were truth in certain matter, and then when you see other people around and you realize that you're not the only one seeing this, but also you have another way to say things. So this I love about multicultural interaction, multi-language interaction. So I think this is good. This is great to be here.
Okay, so interaction. You know, I was just thinking. I know I'm not supposed to have opinions. It's not opinion. It's just an idea. It's an idea. But you know, if we're saying truly that this cultural exchange and the traveling is so important and learning from each other is so important, could Mozilla be doing some kind of, I don't know, Airbnb for Mozilla? You can only go and stay somewhere for free if you're learning something or if you're putting back into community. It doesn't have to be there and then. It can be within the next 12 months. You want to go and stay in Barcelona for a week, you need to engage with this NGO or whatever. I don't know, well, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent motto. I think with the community that I'm building with Signature Vibes, the whole goal is to connect people from seniors to actual youth who are interested in the same things so that they have access. But also when there are deals that are being made and I'm brokering these different networks, it's incentivizing people to actually pull the value out of their network, right? So if me and you are closing a deal, there's something that you have to do in my community, and there's something that I have to do in your community in order for us to actually fully exchange and make it an actual deal, instead of just kind of monetizing and benefiting individually. Like there's some type of string that is attached in a positive way so that our communities are directly benefiting from the exchange.
Can you give me an example? This sounds amazing, but can you give me an example of what that extra string attached is in your...
Yeah, for sure. So like, I'll give you an example. So like I'm working with some high schools, right? Sports teams in Chicago, in exchange with, partnering with different tech companies that want the talent. They may have to invest in their computers, or they may have to invest in maybe provide a service that they typically would charge for to those students, so that they can develop that talent, and then in exchange they'll be able to benefit from the talent that's being developed. In most cases, those students would never get that exposure, and also those companies would never get exposed to those students. So it's like it's a direct effect on both ends. It's a win-win, exactly. And I think that in most cases, like, it's amplifying the unheard, the voiceless, hence the microphone, right? There's a lot of people who have no voice in the technology that comes into their communities, the how they're seen or viewed. Like me traveling the globe as a black man from Chicago, like oftentimes I actually hear, I had someone say Chirac, and I'm like, it's Chicago. It's actually one of the most beautiful cities in the world, bar none. It's maybe one of the only cities that have access to every country in the city, right? So I think understanding that, and the question I always have is, have you been there before, right? So I'm always asking people, like, have you traveled to the places you have a particular opinion about? And in most cases, people don't. So I can't have an opinion about Taiwan, or I can have an opinion about Barcelona if I haven't traveled there, and I can't base it solely on YouTube or a TikTok or, come to Chicago, come to Barcelona, go to Taiwan, and actually invest in seeing what's really going on and try to impact and add some value there. So, yeah.
That's amazing, and it sounds like you're doing fantastic work. It sounds like fantastic work. And we are just gathering some final thoughts. I've never been to Chicago. I'd like to go to Chicago. Have you been to Chicago?
Yes.
Is it a beautiful city?
I like Chicago. Also, Chicago is standing on business right now.
Oh no, okay. Well, listen. First of all, I'm Margot. We've got Ewan. We've got Mikey. We've got no, nothing. I'm just doing your names so you know who everyone is. Ewan, Mikey, Daryl, Roberta. I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke. What's your name?
My name's Greta.
Greta, welcome back.
What did I say about?
No, we were just. I tell you, I'm just going to do a rewind so you know what the conversation was, and the conversation does move from one subject to the next. We're just doing final thoughts. I'm doing a Anyway, don't worry about them. So we were talking about if Mozilla Fest could happen in any other city, could it be more integrated with the community there rather than the resources of the world, the great minds of the whole world coming to Barcelona, but they don't actually interact with the local community. They're not helping the local community to solve their problems. Then we went to different places where people are living to find out what are those problems. From being, somebody's here said the big companies are mining west part of Australia. Could that be a problem that MozFest can help tackling? You were talking about unplugging the internet, something like that, and providing all the components for this. You talked about the wealth disparity in East London. There's a big financial headquarters and people who are living on a breadline. You're talking about, you need to actually really ask communities because there will be not one answer, one problem. There's going to be multiple problems, and actually you have to travel. You have to, develop yourself all the time. So maybe MozFest should be going to different cities every time. We heard from you. What was the problem in your? We didn't hear. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So this guy was, and he was talking about how Chicago is a brilliant place. That's it. That's where we are.
Well, what I was saying, I don't know if you know the idiom "standing on business." You do.
I don't know it.
Chicago is getting it done right now when it comes to standing up to the goons and the bullies who are arresting people off of the streets in Chicago. It is a beautiful sight. People are standing up, and somebody tries to take their neighbor away. They're blowing whistles, they're beeping their horns, they're coming up, they're saying, you can't do that. That's my neighbor. You can't take them away.
Okay, so Chicago is actually, reminding us like what it is to be a human. How is it to stand up for what it's like to stand up for your neighbor. We've got Greta, we've got Ewan, we've got Mikey, we've got Daryl, we've got Roberta. My name is Margot. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. What's your name?
Shadrach Ankara. Shadrach.
Shedran?
Shadrach.
Shedra.
Yeah.
Shedra, welcome. Right now the conversation is kind of coming to an end. We're just doing a summary of MozFest. What brought people here? What is happening in parts of the world where people live? Could MozFest do something differently? What should MozFest look like in the future? And also, if MozFest was to come to your hometown, what would you like MozFest to actually do for your hometown? And this is what we're talking about. Mike, you had your hand up. Yes, this is
No, I mean, I just want to say it again, just for the new people, but I really feel we've got such an international cohort of people here with the brains, the creativity, the passion, and then the kindness. I feel we could do more with that. That's all. I'm just saying that. I don't know how, but I feel we could do more with that. We could create more impact for Barcelona, but also like the diversity of people. I don't know how, but that's a question really. How do we actually get more out of that with all these people from these different places?
Okay, well, how can we get most out of people? How can we juice the possibilities of MozFest? I mean, any views on this? What could MozFest do to really embrace and use the variety of experiences and cultural backgrounds and knowledge?
Okay, so I would like to, comment on one thing first. MozFest seems to, kind of have some form of diversity in terms of the field of work and all of that. But I see MozFest not representing, people from my part of the world. So I'm coming from Ghana. And I don't really see people from West Africa much, East Africa and the rest. So I think that's one thing probably moving forward. If there's a way that people from this area or region could participate more, and then their voices also could be heard, or they could also contribute to discussions, or make the contribute to making the internet a better place, a safer place for all of us. Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about a perspective from Ghana. I mean, like, what is happening in Ghana? If MozFest was to happen in Ghana, how could it make it better? How could it help getting more representation of Ghana in this context?
Yeah, so if it should come to Ghana, it's going to really help a lot of youth and people who are interested in the internet and technology, because for example, coming here, people would have to face issues of visa and other limits.
1 second. Final thoughts, Greta. Final thoughts, because actually that's what we're doing. We're kind of doing final thoughts here, guys. Yes, I'll come back to you.
I think MozFest, I think I agree with you. I think MozFest needs to have an unplugged aspect. Yeah. So
what would that look like?
they can call me and I'll tell them.
Okay. MozFest people will call your people, and then you'll find out. Thank you, Greta. So we're doing final thoughts. So do have your final thoughts ready. I'm going to come to you to finish your thought, and maybe that'll be your final thought, because we are coming to an end. But yes.
Yeah. So as I was saying, if MozFest should come to maybe Africa or probably Ghana, this is going to help ensure more participation, because coming to Europe and other parts of the world is difficult for people to come. For example, visa issues, money to fund themselves to come here, and so I think it's going to ensure more participation when it should come to that side.
Okay, so this is interesting. So more participation from different. Okay, that's fine. We're just finishing now, Ambassador. It's all good. So more representation by Mozilla going into places that need that representation. Really like that. And thank you very much for this. Final thoughts. Who's got final thought for us?
Yeah, I'll just say I think the exposure is key. I think I wouldn't have known about this festival if hadn't a colleague of mine told me about it, and I had the means to even stretch to come to Barcelona. I haven't seen anything like this in Chicago in particular, so I think me being able to go back and share these resources and share that this even exists, and also making sure that we're not just having representation, right? There's something, there's some type of identity. There's organic representation, right? It's not just like, oh, we're gonna have these different ethnic groups here just to check off the box, but actually have like some type of intentional way for them to show up and actually represent themselves and their countries and things like that. I think that's very important. And lastly, I would just say, being that this is my first MozFest, I think that the quality of people have definitely been amazing. It's been very welcoming. I don't think that I would have been able to kind of obtain some of this information, even online, right? Because doing things virtual and showing up in person is completely different. It's a different experience. So, like, even if there is a virtual element, I think doing it in a more inclusive way, I think would be beneficial. That would be the way to actually include all of the representation to start, to give people some type of experience, and then that helps them kind of prepare in advance and actually show up and participate. Because actually, if I was vending here with my tech startup, I wouldn't have known how to show up. I hadn't been here before, don't know what to expect. It's a lot. So I'm in day 3 and I'm now I get it now. I think I get it. So I think that is kind of my last thoughts, my final thoughts.
Fab, thank you so very much for joining us today. And yes, organic representation. That's something we'd like to see. Welcome, Talkaoke. We are just closing down now. So give us your name quickly. Oh, Helen. Helen, welcome. I'm just doing final thoughts. So have a think about it, like reflection. Yeah. I mean, it's not some kind of suicide pact, don't worry. Just final thoughts on the festival, or anything that kind of came to your mind throughout the festival. So thank you, Daryl. Yes, Mikey, final thoughts.
I mean, I think that's a very good point from Daryl about the organic representation, because so often in the field of deliberation and in the field of policy, you have this kind of question about, oh, are we representative? And as if it's like a drug trial or something like that. When actually, for me, it's about people that want to participate, offering it to everybody and making sure that everyone is equally invited and feels equally at home. But that doesn't mean you have to have like 5% of people from Africa, 5% of people, you know. It's much more about making it open to people and making sure that you are putting that offer out to everybody equally.
And showing the ways to participate.
I mean, and there are barriers, as you're saying, like visas or travel, accommodation. All of these things are different for different people. We've just come, we come some distance, but come from London. But that's obviously much easier than coming from across the world, from, let's say, Perth in Australia or Ghana or South America.
Thank you very much, Mikey. I've pressed the sad music for how far we've come from. Okay, final thoughts. Thank you so much.
Final thoughts? Yeah, it's good to have like this kind of event after the COVID. The first Mozilla event after the COVID in person to meet people, and yeah, we need more and maybe more people, more players, and more gathering.
Okay, more Mozilla, more gatherings. Yes, thank you. Helen, final thoughts?
Yeah, just, yes, like what Evan said, definitely an opportunity for people to reconnect with each other, and then not focusing on our differences, but how we intersect and then the common places and the values that we hold. And then just feedback for next year, more kids.
Okay, more kids. Mozilla is the next generation, guys. Get with the program. Mozilla Crash, that's what we want to see. Thank you, Helen. Yes.
And final thought, that there is a physical interactive where we can meet together. So it's not only tech, it is human touch and human interrelationship. And this brings us together here in this table. So in this, let's say, this activity that is really tech and really online, we're enjoying here offline, and it's really good to realize that.
Okay, so keep the flesh element as well in person, and not flesh element, you know what I mean. Anyway, what?
They used to call it Meet Space.
Meet Space. More Meet Space and Mozilla Fest, and I think we're going to park it here. I've been Margot, you've been Roberto, Daryl, Mikey, Erwin, Helen, and Sandrak, and this has been Talkaoke. So yeah, people, watch the space, follow us on YouTube, and keep doing what you're doing. And see you next year, hopefully.
We'll see you next year, unless we see you at the next festival. It could be a different one. We're gonna bring the children, bring the thoughts, bring the ideas, bring the people, and we will see you next time.